So good morning, everyone, and a very warm welcome to the second day of 5-day online workshop on enhancing employability among teacher educators, research scholars, and students. Like yesterday, we hope to have a most fruitful and constructive sessions today as well. I take this opportunity to express my sincere gratitude towards our Honorable Founder President, Dr. Ashok Chauhan sir, Honorable Chancellor, Dr. Atul Chauhan sir, our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. Balvinder Shukla ma'am, and our Honorable HOI, Dr. Harish Kumar Tyagi sir, for providing us with this opportunity. To start the proceedings, the first session of the day would be on role of technology, ICT, social media in analytics program by Dr. Harish Mittu, Associate Professor, Department of Education, Lovely Professional University, Phagwara. I would request our student coordinator, Ms. Mansi, to throw some light on our illustrious speakers' achievements. Over to you, Mansi.
Thank you so much, ma'am. The very first speaker for today's session is Dr. Harish Mittu, Associate Professor, Department of Education, LPU, Phagwara. Sir is postgraduated in mathematics and education, having a teaching experience of 21 years. Sir has guided 74 dissertations at the master's level and presently supervising 6 PhD scholars. He has organized 6 PCP for B.Ed program. He acted as resource person in PCP for the B.Ed program of IGNOU, faculty development programs, workshop on data analysis using SPSS research methodology, and short-term course on scale development and standardization. Sir has been conferred Best Paper Award by the All India Association for Educational Research. He has presented research papers in various national and international seminars and conferences. He attended many online courses on different platforms. He has published research papers in books and journals of national and international Scoopus indexed Web of Science repute. He also contributed to e-content development. Today, he is here amongst us to shed some light on the topic, role of technology, ICT, social media in analytics program. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Mansi. I would like to invite our head of the institute, Dr. Harish Tyagi sir, to say a few words before we hand over to sir.
Good morning. We extend very warm welcome to Dr. Harish Mittu, and definitely we are very much happy that the resource persons, those who are joining here and enriching the knowledge of our students in this 5 days value education program. So definitely it would be fruitful at the end of the day. And we welcome all the participants, students, teachers, and the learners. So in this way, we are going to definitely get good results, and I hope all the participants as well as our faculty members will enjoy this workshop. Thank you and have a nice.
Thank you so much, Harish sir. Now I would like to invite our guest speaker, Dr. Harish Mittu, for his deliberations. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir.
Morning, sir. Good morning.
Very good morning. Thanks to all teacher educators, and I, from my side, welcome all the participants present over here. So it's basically focus on teacher educators, research scholars, and students. As we know that technology and social media nowadays very much important for all of us. So in teaching profession also, it is very much essential during this lockdown period. All of us know the importance of this technology, the information communication technology and social media also, that due to that, we survive and we remain connected, the teacher connected with the students, parents also, and we are in a position to make our teaching learning process continue. I think all agree with this. So I will start from that. Just give me 1 or 2 minutes, and in order to share my screen. Yes, my screen is visible to you.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So as the topic assigned to me, that is role of technology or ICT and social media in analytics program. So nowadays, there is analysis. We have to do analysis in our day-to-day life also. In generally, we did analysis every day. We observe something and do manual analysis. So here in present scenario, there is advancement, innovations in the field of science and technology. So all those innovations slowly and slowly transfer to the education process, to the teaching learning process. And as it transferred to the teaching learning process, we required to speed up, accelerate, and we make ourselves familiar with the changes. And it's very much essential for the teachers to acquainted with that knowledge and do analysis with the help of technology and with the help of so many softwares. My slide is moving. Is it visible?
So the slide is visible.
Okay. And
Yeah,
it's moving because now
No,
I
sir, it's
change the
not
slides.
changing. No, sir.
Is it or not?
No, sir. Yeah, sir, it's changed now.
Please check. Is it moving or not? Yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir, it is. The slide is moved now. It's changed.
Okay, fine. So let's start first with the term technology or ICT. So as we know that nowadays without technology, we don't think our life. So everywhere from since morning till night, we are using mobile phones, laptops. So internet connection is also there. So the word technology, when we divide it, it is techne plus logos. So the meaning of techne, as we know that art, skill, craft, or the way, or manner, or means. Just a minute. Yes. So the word techne divided, or you may say that the art, skill, craft, or way, manner, or means by which a thing is gained. And the second word, logos, that is derived, or that means word, the utterance by which inward thought is expressed, a saying or an expression. So if we define the term technology, so it means words or discourse about the way things are gained. Now, if we move further, it's the way we apply scientific knowledge for practical purposes, which includes machines like computers and processes also. So we use computer chips. I see the internal circuit, we have chips because that is the main brain of the system or the electronic devices. So we use different techniques and processes in this case. And as we move towards information and communication technology. So the information and communication technology, the ICT, can complement, enrich, and transform education for betterment. So the ultimate purpose of use of technology or ICT in the field of education, that in order to make our teaching learning process more interesting, more lively, more fruitful, and as per the level and requirement of the learner. That it should be in such a way that learner will get benefited maximum. So if we talk about the component of ICT, we have software, we have hardware, transactions, communications technologies, data, internet access, and cloud computing. Nowadays, we have clouds that you have to be use cloud computing or cloud space in order to use so many, you may say, ways that you don't store on your laptop or computer, that you save each and every data at cloud. Now, if you talk about the second part of the title, that is social media. So if we divide this again into two components, we have two parts, social and media. So everyone of know about sociology or the social aspect. So what comes under this social aspects? That sociology, society, we are living with one another. So we are not living in isolated. We are friends, peers, parents, neighbors. And during this process, that socialization, societal aspect, we supposed to interact with one another. So in social part, interaction is there. Interaction with other peoples. How the interaction is possible? By sharing information and receiving information. That we share information with one another and we receive information from others, process them, and we respond or react in that setup. The second part of the word social media, media is the second part. Now here the word media, as we know, some sort of medium, or it may be referred as an instrument of communication. So earlier we have face-to-face interaction. We use direct interaction with one another. But nowadays, with the help of technology, we have instrument of communication. That instrument may be, earlier it is television, radio, newspaper, but nowadays we have phone, internet, that through Wi-Fi internet connection, we are interacting with one another. Now we are interacting with each other. We are sitting at far distances, but still we are interacting with one another. And here I shared my viewpoints with you and you listen it. After that, you ask questions, your inquiries, and there is a discussion, there is an interaction. So here at present, we are using internet as a medium that where we come together and discuss the things with one another. So let's move further. So if we divide on the basis of the meaning of the term social and media, if we define the term social media, so we define social media are web-based communication tools. So that enable individuals or pupils to interact with one another, each other, by sharing and consuming information, that receiving information, sharing information on that particular platform, that web-based communication tool, web-based technology that comes under also ICT, because ICT is an umbrella term. We have so many instruments or so many things are there. So we sharing through text, through videos, through audios, and the second person receive that information, and after that they are interacting, they are responding, they are getting the idea and get the information or knowledge. Am I audible and is it clear to everyone? Please give me the feedback, because now it's full screen. I am unable to see you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Now, what is social media? So on your screen, social media refers to the chance of interactions among people in which they create, share, and shuffle different types of information and ideas a diverse world of virtual communities and social networks. So earlier it is not feasible, but with the advancement of this technology and nowadays the social media, because there are different platforms or different types of social media, day to day we are interacting through that. We are sharing our ideas, we are sharing information, and the word is not the limit. So everywhere, in every corner of the world, we can exchange the knowledge and the information and our idea. We put our idea, then public respond on that idea. Interactions are there. We create something. As I said, original thoughts, original ideas in a form of painting, also in the form of, you may say, some sort of uh, pure or original idea. Some creation is there that to be shared on that platform, and through that platform we get likes, dislikes, and feedbacks also. Followers are also there. So there are different parts or types of social media. As you uh, have that clip on your screen, we have Facebook, LinkedIn, Instagram, Snapchat, WeChat, Twitter, like that. So these are the platform where we put our thoughts, put our information, put our views open to the public, and public give their responses. There are n number of advantages of social media. So social media can use for advertisement also. Earlier it's used for business purpose, but nowadays it has also an implication in the field of education. We put our success stories of students, information related to our institution, educational institution, the achievements, the success, advertisement of any type, that in case of admission, achievements, rankings. The second one is for branding also. So nowadays, education institutions, the private players also there, they are branding, they are showcasing their achievements, their success stories to the public. And through this platform, the public, the people get aware about the facilities available, the quality learning, teaching, learning processes over there. It is also used for internal communication, that we have groups in institutions. For example, we have HR department. We have sharing policies through this platform. For professional development also, we can use this social media. For the engagement of individuals, we are also use this social media as a social networking platform, and it gives inspiration to a greater extent than a regular email communication. So nowadays it's more impactful because everyone have smartphone, so they get updated instantly. They have the phone with them every time, and they get the information and they read it, they respond towards that. Few more advantages are also there. It promotes social networking and knowledge sharing among the individuals, among the group members, that we get information in a form of news or in a form of PDF file. We put that through the social media to our groups, and our group get benefited. So information related to some workshops, some seminars, some sort of sorry, there may be electricity breakdown. That's why you may get my.
Your slides are also not changing. I think they're stuck with the first slide now.
It's stuck into first slide.
Yeah, sir.
Okay, I will check it again. Just I will scroll like this. Is
Yes,
it?
yes. Yeah, yes, it's fine now. It's
Okay.
working.
I will move like this because
Right.
maybe some other aspect. So till the time I shared with you what's the meaning of technology and what is social media and various advantages of social media. Now I am moving towards other part, that is analytic. So what analytic is? It's the scientific process. It's derived from the analysis part, that you have to do analysis. So it is the scientific process of discovering and communicating the meaningful patterns which can be found in data. That in case of research process, we collect data, then it may be quantitative data or qualitative data. Then from that data, we have to drive meaningful information, meaningful patterns, in order to get meaningful conclusions, interpretations. So how it will help the public, that we are concerning with turning raw data into insight for making better decisions. As we did in research work, we collect data with the help of questionnaire, rating scale, or interview. And after that, we have to analyze that data. Then after analysis, we have to conclude meaningful information, and those meaningful informations are used for the betterment of the process under consideration. For example, we have web-based teaching, online teaching. Then through that web-based online teaching, we may conduct experimental studies. And after that, the conclusions are helpful in supporting the use of those technology in that teaching learning process. So analytics, scientific process that we have to logically follow, systematically follow. We have to hypothesize, then we have to use appropriate methodologies and statistical tools in order to refine or extract the meaningful information, the patterns that will be used for the betterment of the process under consideration. Then, as I said earlier, that application part. So we use statistics over here, computers over here, because we have so many things in the form of softwares. That may be data analysis software, quantitative data analysis software, qualitative data analysis software. There are software in order to analyze or in order to get the cloud formation in a form of word pattern. Interviews, audio analysis is also there, video analysis is also there. So we use operation research also in order to quantify and gain insight to the meaningfulness of the data, that what actually the data means, because data itself never speaks. We as a human being, we have techniques, so we have to analyze the data and get the meaningful information, and that to be shared with the public, shared with the world, and that important significant information should be used for the development of the system as a whole, or if I speak specifically that teaching learning process. We have n number of techniques, we have n number of strategies, brainstorming, problem solving, mind mapping, and we have experimentation. We have the tool in our hands in a form of research. We are exploring experimentation, observation, and we get the idea what actually is going on. We have psychology, educational psychology also, that what learner will think. There is one or two observations in one workshop. They are asking for which one is better, Subhash Chandra Bose or Mahatma Gandhi. Then they shared that Mahatma Gandhi studied the psychology of Britishers as well as the psychology of Indians also. That's why he followed the path of non-violence, that we as a whole Indians, we are not ready to kill even in the end. And Britishers are very, they are lover of laws. They are not tolerate that if you disobey the law. Then Mahatma Gandhi followed that psychology by understanding. Same is there in our teaching learning process, that we have to be understand the psychology of the child. And we as a psychology that we have used audio, nowadays video, animated video, that there are so many transitions, editing aspects are there. Animations, graphics are there in videos because that is more appealing just in the form of text reading only. Now, types of analytics. So if we talk about, there are 4 types: descriptive, diagnostic, predictive, prospective. So as the name, the first one is descriptive, that you have to describe. It helps in order to give answer to questions about what happens. So summarize large database to describe outcome to the user. So we are nowadays using KPIs in private sector, that key performance indicators. So these strategies can help in tracking the success and failure of an individual. So describing. Then is diagnostic part. It helps in answering questions related to why things happen. So as an analyst, we have to diagnose why things happen. And these techniques supplement more basic descriptive analytics. They take the finding from the descriptive analytics and dig that deeper and deeper to find the causes. So as the name diagnose, we have to find the causes related to the problem. Predictive aspect. The name, you have to predict what will happen in the future. That if you follow this type of trends, this trend remains as such, then this will be the result in the coming future. So it provides valuable insight into what may happen in the future. And the techniques include a variety of statistics and different types of machine learning techniques. The last one is prescriptive analytic, that some sort of prescription is there. That here, what should be done? The focus is prescription, that if this is the problem, these are the causes of the problem, this will happen if the same trend follows, then if in order to improve the system, we have to prescribe something, what should be done. That here we have to use insights from predictive analytics. Data-driven decisions can be made. So these techniques, or that is prescriptive analytic techniques, rely on machine learning strategies. That we have database, we put in software, that may be computer or the software, and through that we get the patterns. We have to study the patterns, and accordingly we have to design, or we have to take decision. Is it okay? Yes, please. Is it
Yes,
okay?
sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Now we have the term in the title, that is analytics program. So it's a program in which systematic computational analysis of data or statistics is done. So we have to undergo through a program. That program is analytics. As I said, systematic computational analysis. That for the discovery, interpretation, and computation of meaningful patterns in the data, we have to identify, and this all help an individual in applying data patterns towards effective decision making. So in short, there are programs, or there is a course of study. That course of study help us in getting an idea, in-depth information, development of insight, that will do a systematic analysis of the information which is there in our hand, and we have to interpret, and we have to get the meaningful information, patterns, trends, and on the basis of those trends, we have to take decisions. So as the term systematic, that use of science, use of systematic patterns, logics, that we have to use, because that will help us in making us in a position where we take a wise decision. I just share one example with you. There is a program on DD National, Jewel in Palace, that is something Korean serial. And there is a girl, she used to do job in kitchen, she used to do apply scientific approach. There is an ambassador from a country where there are no good relationship, so that you may say very uneasy. They are not friends, but now there is a condition for that girl. The health of that ambassador is not fine. She's supposed to cook a food that that is good in taste and good as per you may say that it should not affect the health of the ambassador. Now she used the use of science, that analysis part, that which ingredients she's supposed to use in the food so that it will not affect the health of the individual, and also it's very much tasty when someone tastes it. So that is the thing which we are doing in our day-to-day life, but here we are using some sort of technical aspect. We are using some external machines, softwares, and we put information, the large information, and the analysis will done with the help of software in less time. Next is where the focus of this program. It focuses on summarizing data in a meaningful and descriptive way, extract data, make predictions, and discover trends. The advantage of this particular program is the use of statistics as well as machines, computer. So they process large amount of information and provide us new insight from the data which is there in our hand. Now, the role of technology or ICT in analytics program. Here as the question is there on your screen, why the student are doing something. It is not important in analytic program. That why the students are doing something is not important, but the important point is they do it and we can track and measure it. That with the help of this analysis system. Now I will add one example. For example, you design a question. Earlier we write a question paper on and then distribute the sheets to the student, and students supposed to answer those questions, and after that we collect and analyze their responses. But nowadays, with the help of Google Sheet, Google Doc, Google PPT, Google Drive, Excel, that you design a question, Google form is there, you design a question with options, multiple choice question or descriptive type question, and share with the respondent. Respondent attempt those questions, you will get the response, and simultaneously you will get the analysis also. In Google form, you will get that which student attempted at what time, and immediately you will get a bar in a form of histogram that the marks obtained by the student, and detailed result is also which question is wrong, which is right, and you can share with the student also. Now, in other way, you will get question wise analysis also. So student do it, and as a teacher, we track and we measure the correctness, the exactness of the answer. So this is the advantage of this technology or this analytics program, that with the help of Excel also, there are so many programs in Excel, basic Excel, advanced Excel, that the learner as a teacher, because we are teachers, we have to use this technology. Teacher educators are also there. Maybe students from B.Ed or M.Ed, they are also attending the program. So you must be acquainted with this knowledge, with this analytical part, because you have to analyze the performance of your students. You have to analyze the challenges of students. Now, this analytic program helps in educational data mining. You can build predictive models, and this can help teachers in providing intervention to assist learners in achieving success. That you get the data, that how many get attempted the question, right, wrong, where is the problem, and on the basis of that data, the teacher supposed to give some sort of remedial measure in order to improve the learning of the students. The second part is intelligent curriculum and adaptive content. So with the help of these programs, because it's a rigorous exercise, rigorous program, so through students' data, a teacher can develop as many curricula as students we have. That is as per the need and requirement of the students. So based on the preferences and skills, ability or capacities of the students, we can develop or recommend a system where different students can or could follow different ways to learn the same content. That designing of the curriculum is there. That first we analyze the abilities, the level of the students, and then on the basis of that, we suggest the remedial measures or we design the curriculum as per the need of the students. Adaptive learning, the same with the previous one, that it is possible to offer learner support. I think you are aware about self-paced learning. We have mathematics branching there in the educational technology. In educational technology, that you can design a program, linear branching mathematics with the help of that technique, that with the help of these programs on computer, we can design questions, and self-paced learning is there. Student try to attempt till he or she get the right answer. He or she never moves to the next frame. So if right answer, feedback is there, then he or she move to the next answer, next frame. If not, then again he or she supposed to attempt. So we use these programs in order to offer different opportunities to the learner for their meaningful engagement. Assisting management decisions. So based on this analysis, here the term is analytics program. That means we are go through a program, we learn something, and we have to use that program in teaching learning process. And that program is used with the help of ICT and social media. So here I am focusing on ICT. So here we can improve administrative decision making also, use of organizational resource allocation also, that which thing is liked more or less by the users, and it can also provide feedback to the organizers or the administrators. Accordingly, they will take decisions that they continue with that decision, or they have to improve, or they have to go for another alternative. Innovations. So here it can transfer models and pedagogical approaches. So here the main idea is support to student success, that you have to devise program. Those programs facilitate students learning. They may assist faculty in tailoring their teaching to optimize learning resources. As I said, learning resources, learners resource. So there are programs which will help us in developing quality instructional material. So in quality instructional material, the teacher or the individual must develop, and for that he or she keep in mind the different criteria or different prerequisite for the effective content material. So if a teacher get aware or get through this analytic programs, he or she can use effective animation, videography, graphics, editing part also, mixing of different clips from here and there related to his or her content also. The last one is assessment. So as I shared earlier, that it can also help in assessing the individual and providing appropriate recommendations or feedback. We have online tests, psychological tests also, that you attempt the test and immediately you will get your marks, feedback, and suggestions also in the form of qualitative description, that you attempted this is the description for your score, and these are the suggestions to you. So it will help us in the process of assessment also. As I earlier said, you will get immediate feedback, and as the students attempting the question, the teacher will also get the idea. I will share one experience that in Singapore, some sort of technology is there, that interconnected computers. Teacher used to give homework through his or her computer, and student also have the computer. Student used to perform that exercise because all computers are interconnected. So teacher at the same time get knowledge that which is on right track and which is on wrong track. From his or her computer, he or she directed to that particular child that you have to correct this one. So that feature is also there in nowadays we have Google Doc, that comment by the evaluator or the teacher that this is correct or this is not correct, and you have to modify your work in this way. Next is I am mentioning over here some free data analytic courses. So those courses are, sorry, Intro to Data Analysis, Data Science courses, Learn Analytic Workshop, Fundamentals Data Analysis and Decision Making Models, Learn Data Analysis using Pandas and Python, Introduction to Data Analysis for Government, Introduction to Data Analysis using Excel, Analytic Storytelling for Impact, Ethics and Law in Data and Analytics, Analyzing and Visualizing Data with Excel, Data Science Research Methods, R Editor. We have a platform that Coursera, Neptel also, MOOCs are there. They are offering these type of courses. Some are free of course, some are we have to pay. And we will get aware about the use of these courses in our teaching learning process also. As I shared with you that we have softwares, quantitative data analysis software as well as qualitative data analysis software. We have Excel with us. We can put in graphics the report and data. And nowadays there are softwares that you are not supposed to download those software. As I said, cloud, that you have to do your work on that there only, and you will get the data, get the analysis also. But first we have to get this knowledge that how we have to operate. So it's very much essential. Yes, please. Any question till this time you want to ask?
No, sir. Please continue.
Okay. Thank you. Now, in short, this analytics programs or role of this use of technology and ICT in analytic programs, they are very much helpful for the teachers, for the students also. I just share one of my experience. We have a paper in creative writing, that one practical is there in our university, and students supposed to develop storyboard first, and they have to develop animated video. Now for this, they have to learn the software. There are free softwares also. So they take the picture of the teacher within the class, that may be black and white or colored, and they have to first develop the story, and that story they will show in the form of comic. So that is also one way of presenting your text or content in an interesting or effective way to the learners and students. As I earlier shared with you, the animation part, the graphic part, the editing part, the video aspect, because this will make our content more impactful and effective. Now I'm moving to the second part, role of social media in analytics. So social media, nowadays, as I said, we have Twitter, WhatsApp, Instagram, Facebook. So we are using, and these are the mediums where we use the information, share the information. So it is the process of collecting and analyzing audience data shared on social network to improve strategic decisions. Social media we are using as such, but from educationist point of view. It is earlier used in marketing also, that in order to study the purchasing behavior of an individual, what type of liking an individual have based on the pictures liked by that individual, messages liked by that individual. But in on the basis or in the context of educationist, that nowadays we are using this social media for tracing live location also. I just share, for example, in Bachelor of Education or in other courses, we have community project. So we are using this platform in order to locate live location of the individuals, that they are working here and there, actually they are there. And through this WhatsApp or video call, you can get the real-time observation also. We did this exercise in our cases, that students are far away from us. They are teaching somewhere in Odisha, somewhere there in Maharashtra, and we are observing them in real time through the help of this social media also. So in context with educational setup, we have to collect the information, and we collect our audience here in education setup. Our audience is students and their parents also, and accordingly we have to take decisions. Now, the use of role or this social media and analytics program, social media or the programs associated with the analytic programming, they help us in understanding our audience, that is here our students, in a better way. They show us what our best social networks are. Now we are connecting through this social media. We have alumni groups also. And as I shared in the start, we share success stories through this platform. The achievement of our alumni, the achievement of our students, pass out students or regular students in placement drive, the salary package they got it. These type of news we can put in social media in order to share with our students, with our group, and make them motivated, develop their confidence. So it helps in order to create better connect and content. Also, it helps us in understanding the competition in our field, our competitors also. It also helps us in getting the knowledge of mistakes which others did, and we are supposed not to do that mistakes. It can help us to create better strategies for our work, and it shows us how a social media campaigning is supposed to be performed. So we get the knowledge, we get the things which are not supposed to perform in order to make our connect, content, and link in a better way. There are few programs related to social media. The first one is Hootsuite Analytics. This program is linked with performance data from every social network in one place with easy to understand report that it collect. That link is there with other social networks, and it extracted the data from all other sources at a one place. The second one is Google Analytics. So here we see how much traffic and leads follow to your website from your social media channels. UTM parameters So here, web traffic and conversions are social media channels and campaigns generate. It's work like Google Analytics also. That as I starting describing these, that these are programs. They are helpful in analyzing. Then Hootsuite Insight analyze brand sentiments and customers demographic. As I earlier told, where first they are used for marketing business, but now in real time in our education sector also, there is lots of competition and we have to be aware about that, how we have to use that, we have to showcase our work in the field of education, creation, unique, original, and share to the public and the world and get the feedback. And we have to put our e-portfolios also. Students supposed to put their e-portfolio. They can showcase their work. Brand watch is another, talk walker is another, Hootsuite impact is another, channel view insight is another, mention analytics is another, panoramic insight is the another one. So all these few examples, out of which few are paid and few are free, but these are used for getting idea. Here we are use analytics, track through Instagram, story analytics is there. We are using keywords in order to identify, in order to showcase our work also. Sometimes we use the keywords in our work also, that as the searcher put some keywords and our work is also reflecting over there. As I shared earlier, students and teachers, they can showcase their work, original work on websites also. So there are n number of ways through which we can use our work that can be used for by us in order to showcase our work. So I can also add here that while we are developing our content, that you develop some content with the help of graphics, animation. Now there are software related to Adobe Photoshop, video editing part is there. So if teacher also get acquainted with the knowledge of these parameters or these techniques, then he or she can incorporate or embed these things in order to develop or in order to make his or her lecture more impactful. And also he will get the feedback on these platforms. Nowadays, we can also develop an individual website, YouTube channel also, that you can put your content over there permanently. That is again on cloud. There is Adobe link also that you can have a slide. You can add your work every time over there, and you share the link with the students, and student get every time the updated PPT. In our day-to-day that you prepare PPT and share with the student, and after that you make a changes over there, but those changes are not with the students. Again, you have to share your PPT. But these platforms provided by Adobe, that for educational setup, you can use and you can share and you can change side by side. They are updated, and student every time when they log in, they will get the updated content. So these are the few things which I shared with you, that we can use technology and social media through analytic programs, that we have programs we have to study. We have to get 4-week, 3-week, 2-week programs. As I share with you, that you can go with graphics and analytics, and you are also animations, and you can embed or incorporate those things in your day-to-day life, in your teaching learning process, and that can make your teaching learning process more meaningful, more fruitful, and more impactful. So with these words, I finish my talk over here. Thank you very much. Now, if you have any query, any question, most welcome. You can ask. That's all from my side. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Harish sir. Participants, any questions, please post in the chat box. Yes, sir. So I'd like to ask a question. Is there any difference? Can you tell me the difference between data analytics and data analysis?
In data analysis, specifically, you are only talking about data. That you have data and you
Yes.
have some statistical procedures, for example, calculation of mean, median, mode. Here in data analytics, part is also there of data analysis, but here you have to decide about the content, about the theme, that what type of analysis you want to do and in which context you want to do.
Yes, sir.
That is the basic difference.
Right, sir. Right, sir. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Yes. Yes, yes. Yes. Any other questions from the participants? Please go ahead. So you explained all the content very well, very nicely, and you highlighted the use of technology in education, how we can use it to make it more interesting, fruitful. Talked about social media and branding, advantages of social media, analytics program. I'm sure everyone gained a huge a lot of knowledge, information about the topic today in the today's session. I just ask if any other questions are there, please go ahead. Right, sir. So thank you so much, sir, for taking out your valuable time and for your insightful information about ICT, social media and analytics. I'm sure everyone gained valuable knowledge from the session today. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for joining us.
Sir, thank you so much, sir.
Thank you very much, ma'am. There is one question, sir. What
Yeah,
is the
sir, there's
most
one more.
effective method of personal data protection when using
Yes,
social
sir.
networking website? So every time, Mansi, that we have to be rely on the social networking sites, and we have to go through the term and condition of those sites. That their privacy norms and term and conditions. Then accordingly, we have to choose that site. Then, as we said, we have DigiLocker. I just give an example that is a government website, and there only everything is safe and secure. So similarly, we have to once go through that social networking website's term and conditions. Then only we can. Thank you.
Right, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you,
Thank you
sir.
so much, sir.
Thank you,
Thank you,
audience.
sir.
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Sushma, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so
Ms.
much for.
Vashist. Thank you, Neha, ma'am, to
Yes,
give
sir.
me
Thank
this
you, sir.
opportunity.
We hope to
sir.
meet soon some other
Thank you
time.
very much.
For sure. Thank you, sir. Yes, all the participants will be dispersing for a short break of 15 minutes now. We'll start the second session at 11 a.m. Thank you so much for joining. Please join back the meeting at 11 a.m. It's a short tea break for 15 minutes now. Thank you, sir.
Yes, ma'am. I think sir has joined the session. Yes,
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Good morning, sir. Yes, sir. Good morning, sir. Welcome to the workshop. Thank you so much for taking out your valuable time and joining us. Sir, you're not audible. I think you're on mute. So you're not audible. Please unmute yourself.
Yes.
Hello, am I audible now,
Yeah.
ma'am? Is it clear? Is my voice
Yes,
clear?
sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
I must start, ma'am. That's it.
Just a second, sir. Just a second. Mobin, sir, please make Avadev Singh, sir, the co-host for the session. So welcome back, everyone. For the second session of the day, we have with us Engineer Amardev Singh, sir, who will be talking about developing critical thinking skills. I would like to request Ms. Mansi, our student coordinator, to tell us in detail about sir's profile.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Now the second speaker we have with us is Engineer Amardev Singh, sir. Sir is presently working as an assistant professor in entrepreneurship, development and industrial coordination department at National Institute of Technical Teachers Training and Research, Chandigarh, India. Till date, Engineer Amardev Singh Sir has conducted and coordinated more than 65 training programs on entrepreneurship, intellectual property rights and allied aspects, and has directly trained approx 4,000 plus teachers from the technical institutions of the country, in addition to those trained by him through sessions in other departments, institutions, training programs. Engineer Amardev Singh Sir is having 12 plus years of experience in training, teaching and research, inclusive of 8 plus years at NITTTR Chandigarh. Before joining NITTTR Chandigarh, Sir had started his career working as an application engineer in advanced technology, Chandigarh, then had worked as lecturer and associate in various reputed universities and study centers like Center for Evaluation Study, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar National Institute of Technology, NIT Jalandhar, etc. He holds a BTech in Electronics and Communication Engineering from Punjab Technical University, Jalandhar, Punjab, and a master's degree in business administration with specialization in IT networking from Thapar University, Patiala, Punjab. Now I would like to call Neha ma'am to continue.
Thank you, Mansi. It's indeed a great pleasure for us, sir, to have you here with us today. Thank you, sir. Please, you may start. You are the host, sir, if you would want to share your presentation or anything.
Thank you. I thank Neha ma'am. I thank Mansi, Dr. Shushma for giving me an opportunity to interact with you all for the today's session that we are into, that is on developing thinking skills. That's it. Before I formally start with the session, I would like to know these participants are different from the past program participants. That's it. Is it so? Is it so?
Sorry, sir. Can you please speak up a bit?
These participants are different from the previous program participants.
So we have teacher educators, we have research scholars, we have students, and all
Okay.
our diverse populations, sir.
Great. Thank you. So before I start formally with the session, I would like to know from all of you that's there, what is our definition of a skill? What is skill? How do we define a skill? That's it. Any of the participants who can come forward and share what is skill? How we define a skill? That's it.
Yes, any of the participant would like to answer? Mansi, what do you think? What is a skill?
Ma'am, a skill could be the ability of someone to do something.
Okay, anyone else?
Yes, any other participant, please switch on your cameras. I would request the participants to switch on the cameras.
Please come forward and share what is a skill.
Yes.
Then we will talk of it is the right option to interact upon. I would say thinking as a skill. That's it. Okay.
It could be a special ability to do something which comes out. I mean, you learn through the experience. You go through training. So you learn that particular, that skill set, that ability to do something.
Miss Monica is saying skill is set of behavior we perform as per aptitude and interest.
Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone else who would like to come forward and share?
The skill would be competency, I believe.
That's it. Hello. Okay, anyone else who would like to come forward?
Yeah, sir, I was saying skill would be competency.
Okay, skill is a competency. Okay, perfect. Thank you. So first of all, let me share my screen. That's it. I hope my screen is visible to you. Word document is visible to you.
Yes, sir. Is it?
Okay,
It is.
great. So first we start with the one basic hierarchy. That is data, information, knowledge, and wisdom. So can you come up with what is data? What is data?
Yeah. Any of the participants would like to respond to this? What is data?
That's it.
So data would be collection of information.
Okay. Okay. Then my next question would be whether the term or data came first or information came first. Great. That's it. Okay, great. Thank you, ma'am, for your response. There is nothing right and wrong. That's it. But the response is more important. That's it. So when we refer to the term data, it is a I would say a raw facts, figures, or statistics. Like let us say VKHPS 0893 or 83, something like that. So it is data. It is a certain in English alphabets, that's it, and certain numerals are there. But when we assign the context, when we say that this is PAN number of a person, of Amardev Singh, let us say, or we say this is air ticket PNR number of a person traveling from Jammu to Srinagar, or we say this is a roll number of a candidate appearing in an examination, it becomes your information. When we assign the context to data, it becomes your information. Then what is knowledge? What is knowledge then? Any one of the participants, you may come forward. That's it. I would appreciate and love if you interact, because I do not love to engage the sessions monotonously, speaking from my side only. So please come forward. The more the interaction is, the more the learning will be, and it will be enjoyable for you also and for me also. Okay, what is knowledge? Any of the participants? Okay, if not, knowledge, let me share with you. Knowledge, it is the, I would say, information arranged in such a manner that enables a person to perform a particular task or solve a particular, I would say, problem. That's it. It may be into two basic forms. All the knowledge of the universe exists in two basic forms. One, we can say it is in tacit or implicit form, in the form of experiences, subtle, and second is it is in the form of, I would say, explicit or documented. That's it. So can anyone give an example of the each type of the form of the knowledge? That's it. Tacit or implicit form. Any example you can come up with? That's it. Any example you can come up with? Correct. Sure. हाँ जी, हाँ जी। मैं अभी एक सेशन में है ना, ते राखी हूँ 5 to 1 पे कर दो, she will select. Okay, thank you. Okay, so an example of tacit or implicit form of knowledge. That's it.
Mr. Nidhi saying music as tacit knowledge.
Okay. Okay. How many of you have? How many of you have? Or own a cycle, I would say. Done cycling. Audible? Hello.
Sir, I think there was
Yeah.
some network problem. Can you?
Okay, now is it back? Now am I audible back? That's it. Okay, let me try through. Okay, am I audible back
Yes,
now?
sir.
How
You're
is it?
audible now.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. I have changed the network. Okay, thank you. So, so how many of you have done cycling or own a cycle? That's it. In the past, all of us must. That's it. How many of you have put on the chain of your cycle or fixed the puncture of your cycle? So all of it was tacit or implicit in nature. We never had manuals for fixing the puncture of tires or putting the chains on. अगर चेन उतर जाता था साइकिल का, what we used to do, we used to ask our father or elder brother or any other cousin or uncle to or aunt to put on the chain. That's it. So that is one perfect example of implicit or tacit form of knowledge. But now with the advent of technology, evolution of technology, tubeless tire came in. That's it. Earlier, to fix a puncture, it used to take half an hour, and the person used to charge only 10 rupees. And now the entrepreneurship is around the idea that uh, puncture is fixed within a 10 minutes, and the person charges 50 to 70 rupees. That's it. So if you go to Amazon, you can buy the tire puncture fixing kit for, if I'm not wrong, 150 to 200 rupees. That's it. And you can yourself fix the tire if you are on the way, and it is your tire gets flat. You can fix the puncture of your tire on your own, and you have mobile charging fine run. Uh, I would say air compressors also for filling the air into the tires. That's it. So that is explicit or documented form of knowledge. That's it. Explicit and documented form of knowledge is when you will buy a puncture fixing kit. On the packaging of it, it will be written that how to use it, how to use that particular product. That's it. If you have a projector and with that projector in the packaging, there comes one sheet, instruction sheet, and following that procedure, you can turn on the projector. So I would say an example of a knowledge, documented or explicit or knowledge expressed in the express form. If we read through that, on the logo is there Sony, LG, that is there. It is information. It is conveying us the product is of which company. But when it is the procedure written in 5 to 7 steps to turn the projector on, then it forms a part to the knowledge. A knowledge not only necessarily means that the person who has the knowledge will actually put it into application. It may or may not. It is referred to that word that it will enable you to perform a task. That's it. But it doesn't talk about the efficiency and effectiveness of your intervention. That's it. So now the next level comes is wisdom. That's it. Now my question to you all is, what is wisdom? Any one of you? That's it. What is wisdom? That's it. What is wisdom? Knowledge we have understood, tacit or implicit, explicit or documented. What is wisdom? Please come forward.
So wisdom could be to give judgments about something.
Okay, great. So wisdom is that part of our intellect that enables us to differentiate what is right and what is wrong. It is that part of our intellect that enables us to differentiate between right and wrong. What is right and what is wrong? And that right and wrong too is relative to the acceptable norms in the society. That's it. For example, I got an opportunity to visit the United States in a couple of times uh, 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 in 2018 to 19. So what I found over there is to eat pork. Though I didn't had a non-veg, but to eat pork is a acceptable norm over there in the uh, uh, I would say different stores. You will get it and you can just put it in the oven and enjoy it. And people even going to the religious places in the morning, they are in the religious places, in the evening they are eating that, or to have beef. That's it. But in our religion, I would say one of the religions in our country, a cow is worshipped. That's it. And when I visited Northeast, one of my colleague, he shared to me that like of you used to have in the queue of lane of buying a milk, or I would say cheese in your state in Punjab or Haryana, like the people who are here to buy the pork. That's it. They are in the queue. That's it. So wisdom is that part of our intellect that enables us to differentiate between what is right and what is wrong in a particular state of society. That's it. For example, if I have to open some eatery in core region of where to eat non-veg would have been considered a sin. So it would be an unwise thing for me to do that. It will call for opposition, and even it will call for I would say a stiff or a fight also. That's it. So wisdom is that part of our intellect that enables us to differentiate between right and wrong. Another example I would take, to use explosives, maybe to produce explosives, maybe that knowledge will be available with 3 people, and one person may be using it as a part of the border roads organization to pave the way through the tough terrain. Another person may be using it for safeguarding the nation against intrusion. And the third person may be using it, "Ki mere ko log achhe nahi lagte, let me plant a bomb and make this vicinity clean." So even the person who is having that mindset, to which whom we term it as terrorist, is also somewhere somewhat convinced that whatever he is going to do or he's doing is right. So what is wisdom? This part of our intellect that enables us to differentiate between right and wrong, and that too relative to the acceptable norms in the society. So we will never say the person who is saying that I wish to kill somebody, we will never term that person, that behavior as a acceptable norm. That's it. One incident occurred in our institution. There are a lot of mangoes in our campus, if you say chikus, mangoes, or other fruits. And there was some tussle going on between non-teaching staff and the administration, something like that. And they were feeling like that we do not have the access, we do not have the, we are living residents of the campus, and all the mangoes that are into the central facility, that goes to some particular people, and we shall be the rightful owners. And one group decided that they will pluck the mangoes in the night. It is a week case only, couple of weeks, last week. And the security guard came in the night. He stopped. Then he went back. Again he came, and there was a scuffle. There was I would say, physical fight between the security guard and some couple of people. So who is right and wrong is a separate question. One of the administrative officer, who is also the retired, I would say, veteran from Indian Air Force, wing commander, sir, he asked me, "Amardev, what shall we do?" Because the security guard has lodged a complaint. So I said that you have to identify that who started the physical fight first. Because even if something wrong was happening, he shall use the right way. Right way was to capture a video, to call the director, or he could have called you. He could have sent a video to you, or later on next day he could have complained that there were so many people. We have made the video. They were unauthorizedly plucking the mangoes, and that too in the middle of the night. That's it. But he entered into a scuffle. That is wrong. That is not the right way to do. So no doubt when this matter was solved, those people, those who entered administrative staff may be feeling like that our case have been favored. The decision has been in our favor, but we have to turn them down also. Then I interacted with them. I told them informally that if you own the right to mangoes, then what about the caretakers, gardeners, who water them, who nurture the trees? Have you nurtured the trees in the campus? So there is a part of them also in those mangoes, or the administration should come out with a policy that it shall be, I would say, given on a lease to a person who can pluck the mangoes and sell it, and that money can be credited into the institute account. So that is the one perfect case, I would say it to be, how to approach a conflict wisely, within a acceptable norm of society. If we would have given a justice in favor of the security guard, what he would have done next time, every time he would have entered into physical, he would have entered into a physical, thank you so much, he would have entered into a physical scuffle. He would have entered into a physical scuffle with all the staff, and I would say all the staff and the faculty. That's it. That would have been the case. So that shall not be the case. That's it. So that shall not be the case. That is wisdom. Now we come to the uh, another term that is repetitively or synonymously used with the term, not synonymously, I would say, along with the term, I would say knowledge. That is skill. What is skill? So my question to all of you is, what is skill? That's it. What is skill?
Yes, participants. Any would like to answer what is skill? So somebody, Miss Monica answered earlier, skill is a set of behavior we perform as per our aptitude and interest.
Okay, great, perfect. Any other person who would like to come forward? Thanks for reading the message, man. Any other response? You may type in the chat box. You may unmute yourself, share your audio. That's it, or through video also. That's it. Okay. When we, for example, uh, I will explain it with an example, and you will not forget it for your lifetime. For example, me and my brother thought, let us have a one fan, and we went to the market and we brought that fan, and we tried to install it in the kitchen for our mother. And it was a wall hanging fan, curtain reefs. When we installed the fan, its shaft was, we were trying to put it down, it was going up. We were putting it down, it was going up. So I asked my brother, let us put the rear grill. So we installed the rear grill. Again, it was going up. We were putting it down, its face was going up. Then we thought of, let us do one more thing, that let us install the blades. We installed the blades. And when we installed the blades, when we made the fan face down, it stayed over there in whatever position we placed it. So those blades were only of plastic, several grams only. They must be of 100 to 150 grams, like that. But with that precision, that fan was designed that it will come into its operational mode. Then we installed the front grill. When we installed the front grill, the Crumpton Reeves logo was tilted, something like it. So I tried to forcefully rotate it. When I rotated it forcefully, its lock broke. My brother said, "Don't do it; it will break." Its lock broke, and the front face was rotatable. That grill. So he also felt somewhat bad, and its front face neck shaft was towards the right. He forcefully tilted it towards the left. When he did it towards the left, the shaft broke. उसका गर्दन टूट गया फैन का, जिस पे वो टिका होता, जिस पे उसने मूव करना है, लेफ्ट टू राइट मूवमेंट. I said that we have spoiled, but I passed on one piece of information to him. Information that there was one person who was working in electronic service center of our campus. He shared that, Amardev sir, anytime we will try to make a joint between two surfaces of same density, it will be a strong joint. If for one surface density is more, for the other it is density is different, it will not be a strong joint. So if I pass on that information, my brother worked over the night. In the morning, that fan was operational. I asked him, how did you do that? He said that I used the MC. So with MC, the fan became operational. But my question to you, all of you, is that was that a skill to install the fan, to do a task? Was that a skill or not?
Yes,
Anyone?
Yes, participants,
Anyone?
please respond.
Anyone? Installing a fan overnight, was that a skill or not?
Yes, anyone?
Hello, in a session now. Okay, was that a skill or not?
Yes,
Okay.
Mansi?
That's it. Mansi, can you come up with? I hope you have gone through the example. I'm speaking slow because if there are any internet interruption at any participant, and also we can be all together. Okay, Mansi, was it a skill? You have to unmute, Mansi.
Mansi, unmute yourself, please.
Again, you are muted. You're still
Oh,
muted.
you're not audible, Mansi.
Okay. Maybe you have to choose.
You can write it down in the chat box.
Okay.
Not
Chat
audible.
box. Okay. So then I will brief you about. It was not a skill. That's it. We had a knowledge. I had some information. I passed that information to brother. Then it became knowledge for him, upon which he can take a decision. But we were limited to data and knowledge, information and knowledge.
Yes, sir.
I would have called the installation guy, and he would have installed that within 5 to 10 minutes. That's it. For example, I called a person to fix the Videocon D2H, install that dish in home. Above the 20 feet height, he climbed up, installed the dish, and he said to me, "Sir, please respond whenever the signal comes." उसने कहा, "Sir, signal आया?" I said no. He said again, "Signal आया?" I said no. अब आया? मैंने कहा आया. Then I asked him, "Did you have anything to measure at which angle you receive longitude or latitude you receive your signals?" He said, "No, sir. मेरे को वो एक बिल्डिंग के ऊपर एक डिश है, वो किसी और कंपनी का है, उसके इतने डिग्री इधर को हमारा चलता है." Using that information, he performed a task within 25 minutes, fixing a dish and fixing a dish and receiving the signal, making it operational. So that is a skill. He may not have the whole knowledge of I would say how dish works, how the satellite communication works, but he was skilled in his task. Means to do drill, to install the dish, and to make it to connect it the joints through different coaxial or any other cable to the television. That's it. He was trained in that, and that is a skill. That is a skill. So skill is the ability to perform a task within a predetermined level of time or energy or both at an acceptable level of quality. That's it. Now we come to our presentation. So that's it. So I hope my presentation is visible to you. That's it.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, I hope this ribbon is not creating a problem.
No, sir. No, sir.
Okay, great. Okay, thinking as a skill. So from the literature, one can get that several definitions of skill. The important ones being the ability to do something well. That's it. Or we can say that it is an expertise. Skill is the ability to carry out a task with predetermined results often within a given amount of time, energy, or both. That's it. In other words, we may say that the skill is the ability to carry out a task efficiently and effectively. So when we hear the term skill, then how one will acquire the skill? How skill can be acquired? Anyone? That's it. Anyone? And there are two more terms that came into picture. That is efficiency and effectiveness. So we will go for a difference of both also. How one can acquire a skill? Any one of you? How it can be acquired? That's it. Any one of you? All of you must be knowing it. If not, I will put your attention to that. How one can acquire the skill?
So through practice or training, Ms. Suniti is saying.
Great. Practice, practice, and practice again. Great. So skill can only be acquired through practice, practice, and practice again. That's it. Okay. Now, what is the difference between efficiency and effectiveness? Please come up with your responses. What is the difference between efficiency and effectiveness? That's it. First one, it is quantitative in nature. I hope it is readable.
Yes, sir.
When we refer to efficiency, it is quantitative in nature. And when we refer to effectiveness, it is qualitative in nature. So E का definition क्या है? E is equal to output upon input. What does it signify? That if we have to increase the efficiency, it means we have to increase the level of output from the same input at a particular level of quality, or it may be to have reduce the level of input for driving the same level of output. From the less inputs, you can get the most outcome. That's it. And when we refer to the effectiveness, it pertains to the impact. That's it. Somebody has said to you that you perform a task and you keep yourself busy day in the day out, 10 hours, 20 hours, or 40 hours, or 3 days, 5 days, 7 days. You may be efficient, but you may not be effective. Whenever we say that efficiency, there is one term associated with it, doing things right. If you go through certain entrepreneurs, I would say biographies, they will mention it. You will go through it, doing things right. And when we refer to effectiveness, for effectiveness, we have to do right things, doing right things. That's it. So many times, some of your seniors say something to you as a director, principal, or as a HOD, or your teacher, or you as a team lead to your team members, or you get instructed by your senior. You know, many times we know that it is not the right thing to do, but still we are doing it. Then you will not be effective. The outcome will not, in the long run, bear the fruits. That's the of that intervention. No doubt, you may be efficient. You may be doing n number of things to showcase in your performance, to your authority, or to your team, or to the lead of your team. But that's it. And for efficiency, doing things right means that there has to be errors are to be minimized. Errors are to be minimized. And for minimum wastage or errors, the fundamentals of the principles of quality management comes into picture. Quality management and quality control comes into picture. Fundamentals of quality management and quality control comes into picture. मैं यहाँ पे सारे tools and techniques की बात नहीं करूँगा, but when we refer to the effectiveness, that's it. It has to be, when we refer to effectiveness, it has to be do something with the quality or impact. That's it. And it has to be based on your wisdom. It has to be based on your wisdom. Not only knowledge, that's it. It has to be based on your wisdom. And for being a skilled professional, we have to be both efficient and both as well as effective. Not only efficiency will serve the purpose, not only being an effective will serve the purpose. That's it. It has to be a right balance. If both the elements are there, only then you can be considered as a skilled person. That's it. Now, I will pose you one example or a couple of examples. That's it. Many of us uh, uh, own our, let us say, many of us own our vehicles, maybe two-wheelers, and let us say that let us say that we own vehicles, two-wheelers, our Activas or bike, and there are two persons. One is A, and another person is person B. And A, both of them are assigned that they have to make 100 calls in a day to the customer to pitch for the service. Assigned is 100 calls in a day. And let us say the person A makes 75 calls. He was able to make 75 calls. A was able to make 75 calls. And B was able to make 125 calls. Then what is the E of A? What is E of A? Efficiency of A. It is this output upon input assigned. So it is 75%. And what is E of B? Outcome is your 125. That's it. And assigned was, let us say, 100. So it's 125%. 125 divided by 100 into 100. That's it. Now you are the manager. You have to give the performance appraisal. To whom you will give the appraisal and why? My question to you is that you are the manager appraising the performance of A and B. Seeing the above case, to whom you will give the appraisal and why? Any one of you, any of the participants, please come forward. That's it. Anyone, please come forward. Please unmute yourself or please type in the chat box.
Yes, participants, please respond in the chat box.
That's it. Please come forward. Ma'am, you have to read the chat for me.
Yes, sir. Dr. Jaya is saying B.
Okay, it's there, B. Great. So there means that we have gone by the efficiency orientation. Efficiency orientation. Now there may be another aspect to it. The person A who makes 75 calls, he may be spending 5 minutes to convince the person that they come for the service. For example, I received a call from the insurance, and insurance I may get from ICICI, HDFC, or anyone. But the person who was dealing with ICICI from head office in Ludhiana, one of the offices in Ludhiana, he said that if you get the insurance from us, we will give you coupon for free service of your vehicle and couple of washing free. And he tried to convince me. Later on also, when the insurance is done, I put him an email that I am yet to receive, and he is communicating. He is not breaking the communication. And if he has to communicate with me 4 to 5 times during and post the operations, I am a valued customer. I waited 2 months and I didn't get the insurance done from anyone else. I touched upon that person only. That's it. But if he is communicating 5 times with me, he is missing the opportunity to interact with others. So if number of call is only criteria, you may be demotivating your good performing member. That's it. there has to be another element also. How many of calls they made, how many of the actual person came for the service over the promised time and date. And that too not a particular date, spread over a one period, maybe 1 month or 2 months, whenever they have promised. For example, a person may be good at making calls today and spending some time, and the customer may turn into a positive customer after 2 months or 3 months. But if I call somebody, somebody says, Amardev, please get in touch with me too after 2 months. And after 2 months, if he comes, that has to be counted in the performance of that person. That's it. And that would be your effectiveness orientation. So while doing a performance appraisal, effectiveness orientation has to be there. If it is only efficiency, you may lose your good people or good performing members. That's it. And there one person may be running here and there, showing that he's physically, mentally very active, but outcome may be none. Another person may be walking like a turtle, but doing all things with efficiency and effectiveness also. But that person may be bringing that desired good results for your team, for your organization. That's it. Another thing I'm put before you. That's it. Another example: selling of umbrellas. Let us take another example. And now let us take, there are three persons. One is A, one is B, and third is C. And A is assigned the territory to sell the umbrellas in, let us say, Punjab, Haryana. B is assigned to sell the umbrellas in, let us say, Rajasthan and other central parts of India. That's it, West and Central. And C is assigned to sell the umbrellas in Northeast. So to whose umbrella will sell most? Let us say Punjab, Haryana. B is Rajasthan and other hot states. And let us say C is your Northeast, like Cherrapunji, or let us keep it Northeast. That's it. So it's there. If you give the appraisal based on number of umbrella stores, or it's natural that the umbrellas of the person from Rajasthan and Northeast will sell more, and the person from Punjab and Haryana may be putting the same efforts, but he may not be generating the desired result. So there, if you are the manager or head of the company or HR head, you have to plan your appraisal parameters in such a way that you have to rotate them. For example, in a year, 4 months, one manager will be deputed in Punjab and Haryana. Next time he will go to Rajasthan. Next time he will go to Northeast. In the same way, the person who is selling the umbrellas in Rajasthan, he shall be deputed in Northeast, then Punjab and Haryana. In the same way, the person who is assigned the responsibility in Northeast, he shall be deputed in for 4 months in Punjab and Haryana and 4 months in Rajasthan. And that too, oriented to the season cycles also, further refined up to that level. For example, if there are, let us say, 4 season cycles, so the performance has to be over the 4 years. Once in the rain in Punjab and Haryana, one shall be there. Another person shall also be there during the rainy season. Third person shall also be there during the rainy season. If you go up to that kind of permutation and combination for the senior most position of your organization, then it would be the right, I would say, approach to determine whose strategies are bringing you the desired result at the apex level. That's it. So this is another example I have took to highlight the difference between efficiency and effectiveness and what is it's important. Because if the person will be more efficient and effective, he will bring the several 100 crores to your company or lakhs to your company. That's it. And we can say that person is more skilled than others. A brand professional may be more skilled from another brand professional. A marketing manager may be more skilled than his or her colleague. That's it. It depends upon how you evaluate and how you depute and how you measure. That's it. Now the things come. I come back to the presentation. I come back to the presentation. Now my question is to you is, uh, can thinking be made a skill? Thinking is very, when we refer to developing thinking skills, thinking is very basic, or I would say native to humans. I would say everyone thinks. Everyone thinks. How does what is the time duration for which we remember is different. For kids, they may have done something in that day by the evening, and they may have forgot by the morning, next morning, or some visuals may be there with you from your childhood. But they are, I would say, more energetic and more live than us, because they have that ability to ignore and get ignored. That's it, when they are into their team. But my question to you is over here is, now understanding this, the definition of data, information, knowledge, wisdom, hierarchy, skill, and the difference between efficiency and effectiveness. My question to you is, thinking is a process, ongoing process. We say several thousands of thoughts cross our mind every day. So can thinking be made a skill?
Yes, sir. The participants, Ms. Suniti is saying yes.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. So मेरा विश्वास ये होता है कि जो चीज हम किसी को दिखा ना पाए, उस पे बिलीव करवाना बहुत टफ है ना? अगर मैजिक में भी हम बिलीव करते तो मैजिक जब तक देखेंगे नहीं, हमारे सारे सेंसेस जवाब नहीं दे देंगे कि नहीं नहीं इसमें कोई स्ट्रेटजी नहीं है, टैक्स नहीं है, तब तक हम मैजिक को मैजिक नहीं कंसिडर करेंगे. अब मेरा क्वेश्चन है कि थिंकिंग एज अ स्किल आप कह रहे हैं कि हम बना सकते हैं, बट क्या आप थिंकिंग एज अ स्किल्ड और अनस्किल्ड थिंकिंग का डेमोस्ट्रेशन दे सकते हैं इस क्लास में? कैन वी हैव अ डेमो ऑफ अ skilled or unskilled thought process live in this class? Anyone?
Yes, I think yes, sir. By performance, that can be evident by performance.
Great, great, perfect. So let us take 2 volunteers. I need 2 volunteers. That's it. Any 2 volunteers, please come forward. Neha ma'am, you will just keep the time. You will watch the time. I will also watch the time.
Right, sir.
Okay. Okay. Any 2 volunteers, please come forward. A small task. Yeah.
Right. We need 2 volunteers, please.
That's it. A small task.
I think Mansi would be one. Another one. Anyone else would like to volunteer? Can you can please write your name in the chat box. Whoever wants to volunteer.
We need 2 volunteers. That's it. One is Mansi is there. Okay, good. Another volunteer, please, you have to unmute and you have to say that I volunteer. That's it. That's it. Great. In entrepreneurship, we say that initiative is the foremost thing to move forward. That's it.
Okay. So, Nidhi ma'am, would you like to volunteer? You're there on in the chat box.
For example, 1st of August, I am aspiring that I shall be on board to Australia to have an industrial visit. But I have got all the NOCs, but my official procedure in way. And this document, just in the morning, it was coming to me that on 11th June, my passport expired and I was not aware. And in the government, you have to take all the approvals. And within one day, I completed all the procedure. And tomorrow, maybe I will be going to Dehradun for submitting the application under the Tatkal scheme. So I'm attempting everything possible to secure my passport and then visa. And then also doing 25 to 29 to do a program in Srinagar. And also at the same time after that visit Australia. Or if not, I may shift it. Or if not sponsored by the institution, I will go by spending my own money. But I have to decide what is the right time to visit? When are my losses minimum? That's it. So I will not get demotivated whether my office give me a sponsorship, monetary sponsorship or not. All things are going since morning. I'm on vacations. I'm taking a session with you at the same time ensuring these works are done. Immediately after finishing this session, I will apply online for my appointment. So what I wish to say is, this is one, I would say, I have been able to make my thought process skilled and my action skilled. Within the same amount of time, you can accomplish anything and everything. 18 to 19, I got an opportunity and traveled to America thrice, to dream destination, to Chicago, to New York, to a bubble that you will see in Spider-Man movies or Batman movies. Got an opportunity to drive out over Tesla, fully automated, and managing all my official performances intact. Only one program was postponed, rescheduled, not cancelled. All the set targets during 1 year were maintained, and 3 visits to America and back. That's it. Managing all the finances and everything very meticulously. Managing a house loan of 32 lakhs also simultaneously. That's it. And along with my family, my wife and my elder daughter. That's it. So what I wish to say to you is now, first I have practiced it. Now I am teaching it. That's it. So I would like to know from you. That's it. I would like to know from you. I need another volunteer. One is Mansi. We have got it.
So we have two volunteers now, Avnish Sharma sir and
Okay.
Niti
Great.
Puram. Yes, Niti
Okay.
Puram ma'am is also ready. I
Okay,
think we'll
Suniti ma'am is also ready. Let us take Avnish sir and Suniti ma'am.
right.
Avnish sir, you have to just unmute yourself.
Sir, I think
Avnish
that
sir?
might not be possible. The rights are not with them. So maybe they
Oh,
can they do it on the chat?
no, ma'am. It has to be a live because it is a very, I would say,
Okay, so I'll ask the IT people
to make them post if they
right, sir, right.
Smriti ma'am and Ravnish sir. That's it. Okay.
So we'll just wait. I've just asked
Sure,
sir.
sure.
He'll be doing
Let,
it.
let, let,
Yeah.
Okay. In the meantime, no doubt, we will have that evidence first. That's it, and then we will move forward. Because when we say yes, one thing is sure, thinking can be made a skill, and another thing also is that sure that we can develop thinking skills. But third thing is also very sure that I can't teach and make your thinking skilled. पढ़ाने से मैं आपकी थिंकिंग को स्किल नहीं कर सकता.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is Dr. Suniti.
Suniti
Okay,
ma'am
welcome.
is, sir, I think Avnish sir is not in the meeting. Maybe he got disconnected.
Okay.
So Mansi and Suniti
Mansi.
ma'am do.
Will do.
Mansi,
Okay,
unmute
okay, great.
yourself.
Okay. Let us start with the Mansi first. That's it. Then we will take Smriti ma'am. There will be 2 rounds. So in the first round, we will have both the participants participating, and you have to Mansi, you have to narrate the table of 2. So whosoever does it faster, he or she shall be the winner. So you have to narrate the table of 2. 1, 2, 3, go.
2 1s are 2, 2 2s are 4, 2 3s are 6, 2 4s are 8, 2 5s are 10, 2 6 are 12, 2 7s are 14, 2 8s are 16, 2 9s are 18, 2 10s are 20.
Great. Clapping for Smriti. So Smriti has took 7.73 seconds to complete this. Okay, Smriti, you remember your timing. Now let us take Smriti ma'am, if I'm not wrong. That's it. Welcome, ma'am. Are you there, ma'am? Are you able to hear us?
Suniti ma'am, can you?
That's it. Are you there, ma'am?
Ma'am is there, but I think she's on mute again.
Okay, ma'am,
Yeah.
you have to unmute yourself. Okay.
She's unable to unmute.
Okay. Any other person? Any other person? That's it. Okay, Neha, ma'am, you participate then. Let us.
Right, sir. Okay, so what do I have to do?
Okay, good. Okay, now the second round, you have to narrate the table of 3. That's it. 1, 2,
Okay,
3.
3
go.
1s are 3, 3 2s are 6, 3 3s are 9, 3 4s are 12, 3 5s are 15, 3 6 are 18, 3 7s are 21, 3 8s are 24, 3 9s are 27, 3 10s are 30.
Okay, great. Thank you. Yapping. Ma'am took 9.33 seconds
How many?
to complete.
Right.
9.33 seconds. So 7.7 something. So surely Mansi is the, I would say, winner in the first round.
Right.
Now let us start with the second round. That's it. So in the second round, Since Mansi is the winner, we will start from Mansi. And now, Mansi, you have to narrate the table of 21.35. 1, 2, 3, go. Unmute
Mansi,
yourself.
please unmute yourself, Mansi.
Sir, I'm saying, do I have to narrate table of 21.35?
3, 5. 1, 2, 3, go.
Sir, I know the table of 21, but not 21.35.
Okay. Attempt it.
Sir, should I narrate the table of 21 then?
No, 21.35. That is the task.
Okay, that's tricky.
Okay. Attempt it.
Sir, it will take time.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much, Smriti. Okay. So Smriti took 7 seconds to decide upon only. That's it, whether she will narrate it or not. Hai. Then next 32 seconds. Okay. We will have analysis later on. Okay. Now we come to ma'am, Neha ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Over to you, ma'am. That's it. Now you have to narrate the table of 27.85.
So I don't know any table beyond 10. I'm sorry. I never learned. I don't know 11, probably 11. Yeah, not 8.
Okay. Great.
I can't do
Thank
that.
you. That's it. Thank you. Thanks for both of your volunteerism. So no doubt, in entrepreneurial setup, when we say, first of all, we see the initiative. When we ask for volunteership, how many of them people volunteer instantly? That's it. That is one core innate quality. Another thing, when you surrender, what is your perseverance? But apart from it, now we are having into a class of understanding, developing thinking skills. That's it. So when we had the first round, in the first round, there was something that was practiced, practice over and over again, and since childhood. That's it. So it was a skill. Up to 10 it is or up to 20 is a skill for anyone. Mansi, Neha ma'am, me, or anyone else. But still we did certain mistakes. We narrated it as 2 into 1 or 2 1 the 2, 2 2 the 4, 2 3 the 6. Nobody set the template. It can be 2 4 6 8 10. That's it. But we narrate in that level, in that format, because we have been taught in that format. Our thought process have been developed in that format over and over and over again. That's it. So one of my students who later on did his MTech and PhD from IIT Kanpur, presently working in Ford School of Management, Mukul. When I used to counsel him, we used to sit together in maybe one of the temple in Jalandhar. तो जब मैं उसके घर जाता था तो उसके पापा जो थे वो बैंकर, his father was a banker. He is presently retired, and he used to narrate any table of 21.75 or anything like it, like we narrate the table of 2 and 3, because he must have learned by understanding that logic and practiced it over and over again. And being a banker, that skill must have been useful in his routine operations. That's it. So what I wish to pitch over here is, yes, thinking skills can be developed. Yes, it can be developed. Why we use developed, not taught? Because it can't be taught, but it can be developed. I differentiate between both. That if I teach it theoretically from here, that after my presentation, all of you will become skilled thinkers. No, because skill will come with practice and over again. With this, I can orient you. I can pass on some information or some knowledge to you about what it is about thinking as a skill or developing thinking skills. But for developing it, the role play is a tool to be used. Role play, and for by thinking as a skill, we may refer to thinking efficiently and effectively. Means whenever you are thinking, सोच तो रहे हो, thoughts तो आ रहे हैं, but थोड़ा सा देखना है कि efficiency से सोचना है और impactfully सोचना है, effectively सोचना है. Skillful thinking, that is efficient and effective thinking, can be imbibed in ourselves and our people, employees, followers, not through teaching, but through learning. We say that teaching learning methodologies. Teaching may be done through this PPT lecture and that mode also, but learning, there may be several other methods. I used to engage communication skills class in last week also I shared in the open ground with my students. But that was the best place where they learn the art of communication. And mastery in skillful thinking is strongly dependent upon keen and unceasing involvement participation by the learner. We have to overcome the barriers. If the barriers are there, अगर जैसे हम इस कोशिश किया वॉलंटियरिज्म ले हम एक दूसरे से इंटरेक्ट करें, अगर ये बैरियर है स्कूल का कि हम ओपनली इंटरेक्ट नहीं कर सकते, तो क्या होगा कि वो इंटरेस्ट डिप होगा, श्योरली डिप होगा. That's it. So सिस्को आया, सिस्को में इतने फीचर्स हैं कि वो टूल एक नॉर्मल पॉलिटेक्निक इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज टीचर्स को समझने में टाइम लग जाएगा. एज अ प्रेजेंटर मैं उसके फीचर्स नहीं समझ पाऊंगा, मेरे को जरूरत नहीं है इतने फीचर्स की. ईज ऑफ यूज नहीं है. गूगल है, ईज ऑफ यूज है, बट उसमें आपको अटेंडेंस कंपाइल करनी है, तो अटेंडेंस का रिकॉर्ड पे वो स्टार लगाता है बिकॉज ऑफ योर प्राइवेसी इश्यूज. वो आपको डेटा नहीं देता है. व्हाट इज द फन कि अगर आप एक ऑनलाइन सेशन भी ले रहे हो और फिर आपको अटेंडेंस भी मार्क करनी पड़ रही है, वो भी गूगल शीट से. तो मैंने चूज किया अपने ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम्स के लिए फ्री कॉन्फ्रेंस कॉल. जब इनिशियली मैंने खुद कोऑर्डिनेट किया, फ्री कॉन्फ्रेंस कॉल वाज अ कॉर्पोरेट सॉल्यूशन. उसमें चैलेंज क्या था कि वो ईज ऑफ यूज नहीं है, कनेक्टिंग ईज ऑफ कनेक्टिंग नहीं है. तो उसके लिए मैंने क्या किया, पहले वर्ड डॉक्यूमेंट में स्टेप्स बनाए, हाउ टू कनेक्ट फॉर अ ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम थ्रू फ्री कॉन्फ्रेंस कॉल. एंड जब भी मेरा प्रोग्राम शुरू होता था, व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप बना के सबको वो स्टेप सर्कुलेट कर देता था थ्रू ईमेल एंड व्हाट्सएप. सेकेंड, मैंने यूट्यूब पे वीडियो बनाई, हाउ टू लॉग इन यूजिंग अ मोबाइल डिवाइस एंड हाउ टू लॉग इन थ्रू अ लैपटॉप डिवाइस. कि अगर मेरा कोई पॉलिटेक्निक कॉलेज रिमोट एरिया से जुड़ रहा है, जिनके टीचर टेक्निकली इतने साउंड ना हो, तो वो मेरी वीडियो देख के जुड़ पाए. एंड थर्ड आता था कि उनको कोड असाइन करता था, प्रोसीजर. इस कोड नेम से ही आप जीमेल आईडी का कोड नेम ये रख लो और उसकी से लॉग इन करो और आपकी अटेंडेंस ऑटोमेटिकली वी लुकअप यूज करके मार्क हो जाए. अब वी लुकअप कब यूज करना है कब नहीं, वो मेरा डिसीजन है. अगर मेरे लिए 8 लोग पार्टिसिपेंट है, 25 लोग पार्टिसिपेंट है, मैं वी लुकअप यूज कर रहा हूँ, कोडिंग यूज कर रहा हूँ, आई एम वेस्टिंग टाइम. नो डाउट आई मे साउंड स्किलफुल. Amardev is using Excel, Amardev is using VLOOKUP to issue the attendance and certificates, but it may be unwise. If it is only 20 people, you can do it manually, faster than the Excel. But if you are having 200 participants, 300 participants, and you are having more than 1580, 2000 logins, logouts based on time frame, then you have to remove duplicates, you have to set certain criteria, then Excel is the right solution. Somebody mistakenly logged in through a mobile device, you have to identify to which a person that mobile number is assigned to. That's it. So that's it. So which tool I will use with which kind of audience? With you, I will be comfortable with maybe Google Hangout or Zoom, because I do not have to maintain any attendance record. It is not. It is your prerogative, and you may be taking care of it with your procedure. But it would have been my procedure, I would have done it somewhat alternatively based on what is my requirement. That's it. So this comes with the principle of learning by doing is the key for the same, and simulation and role play are the techniques to be used. Okay. Now, I immediately come to the one of the tools that I will brief you about. No doubt you would have loved this session, the next part of this session, if we would have been in physical workshop mode. With the birthday caps, we would have done it. Though I will make you learn how this tool can be used and what does it signify, so that at least you can use it at your individual level, in your personal decision making. Because I have been using till now for my decisions in my life. So one of the dominant role play tool is Edward de Bono's 6 thinking hats. And it says that it is a powerful tool used to look at a decision from all points of view. Thus, it helps to capture a holistic view of a situation and diverge from our routine thinking styles. Thus, there are 6 distinct imaginary hats, each with a different color, each color symbolic of a different thinking style. With the change of a hat, it is a point that we change our thinking. What does it say? 6 thinking hats can be used for your calling and running meetings, building consensus among diverse set of population with diverse background from different departments, different regions coming together on a platform, thereby minimizing the confrontation that may happen when people with different thinking styles discuss and ponder upon the same issues. जैसे क्या है कि दो हेड ऑफ टीम लीड्स या हेड ऑफ डिपार्टमेंट आते हैं और एक डायरेक्टर या प्रिंसिपल मीटिंग कन्वेन करते हैं और दोनों आपस में डिसाइड करके आते हैं कि जो ये पॉइंट करेंगे उनको हम अपोज करेंगे, और दूसरे डिसाइड करते हैं जो ये देंगे हम अपोज करेंगे, और दोनों कंसेंसस रेज करके आए हैं, अपनी अपनी टीम बना के हैं कि कितनी वोट्स मेरी कितनी तुम्हारी. That's it. Now, to have the right decision, this tool can be used. How? Let us go through what does each hat represent. Each hat represents a different style of. When we say that we wear a white hat, it refers to that objective thinking, neutral thinking, thinking in terms of facts, numbers, and information. When we have to consider that I am wearing a white hat, it means wearing the white hat, the focus of the self of any thinker should be to focus on the data available. इसमें और कुछ नहीं लाना माइंड में, आपको कोई इमोशंस नहीं लेके आने, कौन क्या सोच रहा है, आप क्या सोच रहे हो, क्या पॉजिटिव है क्या नेगेटिव है. It has to be, your thinking has to be objective, neutral in terms of facts and numbers and information. Then another color code is red hat. Red hat is that when you have to think with wearing the red hat on is that you have to think emotions, with judgments, with suspicion, with intuitions. With this thinking hat, the focus is to be on looking at the issues using intuition, gut reaction, and emotion. यहाँ पे आपने फैक्ट और कोई और थिंकिंग थॉट प्रोसेस माइंड में नहीं लेके आना, आपको इमोशंस के साथ सोचना है कि हाउ योर डिसीजन विल इम्पैक्ट द इमोशन ऑफ योर्स, योर इमीडिएट connected to you, or the person who may be affected by your decisions. That's it. So with this thinking hat, the focus is to be on looking at the issues with intuition, the attraction, and emotions. And next is your black hat. Wearing the black hat, it is analogous to, it is associated to negative thinking, seeing the risk, and thinking about why something will not function. The black thinker rules. Now, whenever you will think wearing a black hat on, is to look cautiously and defensively at all bad points of the decision. The focus is to be on why it might not work. For example, I am attempting within 30 days to complete all the procedures, but I have to think negatively also that this procedure will not complete. I will not get passport within next 5 days. I will not get Australian visa within next 20 days. Negatively also you have to think, but based on that negatively, you do not have to turn your emotionally yourself down. That since it can't be, it seems that it can't be done, I will not attempt. My emotions doesn't permit me. No, we have to use the information that the visas, if everything is right, the cases say that within 10 to 20 days you can get the visa. Tatkal passport issuing procedure says that government guidelines says that from June 12, 2018, if you can, irrespective of your home address, you can apply for renewal of your passport from any other RPO also. For example, regional passport office for me may be Chandigarh, but I can apply from Dehradun or Jalandhar or from Shimla also. So I made a queue. 29th is Dehradun, 3rd is Shimla, 7th is Hoshiarpur, 8th is Jalandhar. 4 attempts. And latest I will get the passport back in 3rd of July or later by 12th of July in any case. That's it. So white hat, you have to use white hat, red hat, black hat, and yellow hat also. Yellow hat means, what does it say? When you have to wear, think about wearing the yellow hat on, it has to be positive, optimistic, clear, effective, and constructive. You may, everything you may feel negative, you may feel emotional, but wearing a yellow hat, you have to think positively that this thing will be done. It will be accomplished. I will be celebrating. I will be enjoying it. So With this thinking hat, the focus is to be on thinking positively and to see all the benefits of the decision and the value in it. अगर वो हो गया तो उसका इम्पैक्ट क्या होगा आपकी लाइफ पे, आपके कैरियर पे, या आपके डिसीजन, आपके साथ जुड़े हुए स्टेक होल्डर्स पे. तो वो आपको सोचना है. Yellow hat, you have to think positively, optimistically, clearly, effectively, and constructively. Green hat. With a green hat, green refers to creative and seeking alternative. Your green hat role is to come out with solution proposition to your red hat emotions and the black hat negatives. What are the risks? Why something will not work? And what are your emotions? To address your emotions, to address your negativities, you have to use that green hat, creative hats. That's it. Wearing the green hat, the focus is to be on developing creative solutions to a problem. It is a free-willing way of thinking in which there is little criticism of ideas. That's it. For example, मेरे को लग रहा था कि नहीं, मेरा तो एनएससी में ऑफिस से 7 दिन में हुआ. So what I did, जो फॉर्मेट्स नोटिंग्स उन्होंने बनाना था वो मैंने कल सुबह 4 से 8 में खुद ही बना दिए पहले और उनको दे दिए कि आपने जो मेरे को इशू करना है ये फॉर्मेट्स है, अब आप प्रोसेस को फॉलो करो. तो जो किसी का काम था वो पहले ही करके दे दिया ऑल्टरनेटिवली. अब कहा कि आप गवर्नमेंट का प्रोसीजर भी बताओ, वो भी मैं आपको पूरा नोटिंग तैयार करके देता हूँ. नाम आपका, काम मेरा. That's it. Green hat, creative, alternative thinking. That's it. Blue hat or meta hat, thinking about thinking. With this thinking hat, the focus is to be on keeping an overview of what thinking is necessary to solve the subject. अब blue hat का क्या है? शेख चिल्ली का hat है ये. Thinking about thinking. सोच के बारे में सोचना है. इसका रोल क्या है कि हमारे साथ क्या होता है? Human life, our life is a resultant of our experiences. That's it. It is directly proportional to our experiences. It may be directly proportional to positive experiences or inversely proportional to negative experiences. So, अगर आप अपने आप को जज करें, मैं आपको ग्राफिकल आपके ब्रेन को यहाँ पे एक डिस्कशन के बाद मैप कर सकता हूँ कि इस टाइम पे आप किस जोन में ज्यादा रह रहे हैं. मींस based on your experiences, whether you are only factual, living a factual life in these moments, or only leading a emotional life, or only leading a negative life, or only trying to be ignoring your facts, you are only leading a over optimism life. You're ignoring the risk. That's it. Risk may be of life and death. That's it. Green hat. You may be only thinking of alternatives, but not accomplishing anything because you are not taking the other decisions. Or you may be not thinking about thinking. Thinking about thinking means आपको ये देखना है क्या मैंने व्हाइट हैट, मैंने इंफॉर्मेशन सारे बेस कंसिडर कर लिए हैं इस डिसीजन के बारे में, जुटा लिए, फैक्ट्स जुटा लिए हैं, इमोशंस को देख लिया है, अपने इमोशंस को जहां ओवर हो रहे हैं अंडर किया है, अंडर हो रहे हैं ओवर किया है, नेगेटिविटीज को कंसिडर किया है, पॉजिटिविटीज को कंसिडर किया है, ऑल्टरनेटिव्स को कंसिडर किया है, और क्या मैंने सब हैट्स की रिप्रेजेंटेशन ले ली, अपने ब्रेन का होलिस्टिक व्यू ले लिया. Because when you will do this, you will be enabled to take the right decision. So now, some of you may ask me a question. क्या आप मेरे से क्वेश्चन पूछ सकते हैं कि सर आप हमें बताएं कि इसको करना कैसे है, how it can be done. So how I do it is, first I take this on a word sheet. I do ice breaking with a participant. I ask them that you will speak one number, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and you remember your number. Everyone says one. First person in the classroom says I am 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Then we take their 2 choices. I hope my screen is visible. That's it. I take 2 choices. I ask them in a role play, what role would you like to perform? in the first round of discussion, and what you will be requiring to perform, would like to perform in the second. So white, red, black, yellow, green, and blue. So here the serial number 4. The person with identity 4 says that, sir, I will, in the first round, I will perform white hat role. In the second, I will perform the red hat role. So I will write 4 over here in the first choice, 4 over here in the second choice. Or I take all the choices of all the people in the class, first and second choice. And if there is somewhat in one first choice in one group thinking style only, there is 1 or 2 people, then I change the couple of people from the other hat to this level or that hat where the people are less. So I get a first-hand information. What is the choice of first choice and second choice? If all are choosing black and red, I will assign taking some people out of black and red to yellow and green or blue or white, and then we perform the. Then on the second hand, we perform the group discussion. In group discussion, we choose one topic. In the first round, I assign them the topic. In the first, I give them the time that you discuss among yourself and propose one topic. And when they propose one topic, one theme that impact everyone's life or that is of crucial importance to everyone, then based on the discussion, they have to come up with a one common topic on which the whole group will like to discuss on whole class. And then I make them sit accordingly to their color choices: white hat, blue hat, green hat, red and black, in front of each other using birthday caps. Then I say to the audience that now I am out of the class. It is your class. It is your discussion. Ignore me. And what do? You perform your GD, group discussion. Then they perform GD, and then my skill comes into picture as a trainer. That's it, of developing thinking skills. I note down what they are saying. I have noted down according to the hat categories, what the white hat is saying, what the red hat is saying, what the black hat is saying, what the yellow hat is saying, what the green hat is saying, what the blue hat is saying. Then once it is recorded, once the discussion is over after 20-25 minutes, then each statement I display it on the projector, and each statement we analyze together. For example, if somebody says that it is this lecturers तो labor हो जाएंगे, है ना? तो अब मैं इनसे पूछता हूँ कि ये स्टेटमेंट हमें किस कैटेगरी में जाएगा, ब्लैक में जाएगा, व्हाइट में जाएगा, येलो में जाएगा, ग्रीन में जाएगा. तो हमने ये कैटेगराइज किया. तो ये एक सैंपल आपको दिखा रहा हूँ कि एक यूनिवर्सिटी में जब मैंने सेशन लिया होगा और वहां पे ये रोल प्ले परफॉर्म किया होगा, तो इनको व्हाइट हैट टीम जो रोल परफॉर्म के लिए अज्यूम किया था, उन्होंने ज्यादा क्या सोचा, इमोशनली एंड नेगेटिवली. तो उन्होंने व्हाइट हैट रोल परफॉर्म नहीं किया. इट मींस एफिशिएंट तो है, इमोशनली तो बहुत सोचा, बट वो इफेक्टिव नहीं है. उन्होंने फैक्ट्स कंसिडर नहीं किए. ऐसे ही जब रेड असाइन था जिनको, उनकी टीम ने क्या किया, उन्होंने फैक्चुअली ज्यादा सोचा एंड शेख चिल्ली के हेड से और इमोशनली सोचा. तो उन्होंने रेड इमोशनली बहुत कम सोचा, बट बाकी सारे हेड्स लगा दिए. ब्लू भी लगा दिया, येलो भी लगा दिया, ब्लैक भी लगा दिया. That's it. ब्लैक हैट ने सबसे अच्छा रोल परफॉर्म किया होगा क्योंकि उन्होंने कम बोला, और जो भी बोला उसमें 3 ही वेरिएशन आई: इमोशंस, नेगेटिविटी एंड ब्लू. जैसे येलो हैट ने येलो वाला रोल तो परफॉर्म ही नहीं किया. मैक्सिमम इमोशंस, ब्लू. ऐसे ये हमारे साथ होता है. व्हाट डज इट रिफ्लेक्ट? ये हम मोस्टली हम इमोशंस या नेगेटिविटी में जीते हैं अपने एक्सपीरियंसेस से. और जो आपके ये ग्रुप्स असाइन किए हैं, because your students or your teachers, your organization people define your organization brain, what your people think. अगर आपके ये ग्रुप सारे नेगेटिव में ही चल रहे हैं, it means your whole organization is having a negative psychology. वो नेगेटिविटी में पनप रहे हैं. अगर सारे ऑल्टरनेटिव्स में है, it means सारी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन ऑल्टरनेटिव्स पे चल रही है, जुगाड़ पे. और अगर सारे ही येलो में ऑप्टिमिस्टिक में है, इतनी सारी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन ऑप्टिमिज्म पे चल रही है, फैक्ट्स को इग्नोर कर रहे हैं. All these representations should be balanced. But when you will perform it once, twice, thrice, it will improve. जब आप माइंड को कहोगे यार नहीं, मेरा रोल तो यहाँ पे था कि रेड हैट इमोशनली सोचना, अब मैं बीच में फैक्ट क्यों मिक्स कर रहा हूँ, मैं नेगेटिविटी क्यों मिक्स कर रहा हूँ. अब मेरा रोल है व्हाइट, इसके फैक्ट को जुटाना. अब मैं सोचते सोचते खो गया, क्यों गया ख्यालों में. अब मैं इमोशनली क्यों सोचने लग पड़ा, नेगेटिवली क्यों सोचने लग पड़ा. And even as individual, for example, I purchased these two kind of phones. So this is 128 GB, 6 GB. This is 256 GB. 2 years probably back and 1 year back, I have purchased it. Why I purchased these phones? Because when I used to settle the bills, one set of bills will go to the accounts. For clearing the bills, I used to wait. I have to use more than, I would say, 800 pages in a year. And one record, if I keep in the department, I will waste more than 2 reams of pages. So I thought, why not buy a good phone? We are under RTI for 4 to 5 years. All records for 5 years are in this phone, my office copies. And after 5 years, it will be deleted. Old records will be deleted. And you have saved the paper. You have saved 3 or 4 reams of paper, or maybe 1600 pages you have saved. But while making this purchase decision, well, shall I go for this MI phone of, let us say, 27,000, or shall I go for Apple of 1 lakh or 1,40,000? That's it. You have the purchasing power parity. You can buy it, but whether that is the right decision to do or not, that's it. That will be based on your thought process. And the more your thought processes are skilled, from less money, you will achieve more outcomes and better outcomes. That will benefit you also as an individual, and that will benefit your organization also, as I would say, as in terms of money and other resources. And it will bring name to you also and your organization also. For example, if I will go abroad for an industry training, it will say that we have sent our faculty to international industrial training, and in NB accreditation visits, they can pitch that. And even if they do not sponsor, मैंने cost benefit analysis किया है, 70,000 will go from my pocket. If they do not give financial sponsorship, I will delay my internship by 2 months, and I will book the ticket well in time where I can save 60 or 70,000. So it is a win-win situation, win-win for my organization, win-win for myself. Not saying that my director has not approved my case, FTP committee has not done this thing good or bad, they have not done good to me, they are bad people. Why? Why shall I say the bad people? They are good people. They are trying whatever the best as per procedure is there. But I have to see what cost benefit analysis has to be there for me, and how I have to avail that opportunity. Because the right decision is to get an NOC from a foreign company, that some people from another country comes for industrial attachment to us. The right thing is to understand what kind of visa you need. How will you complete those formalities? So I have focused on those facts instead of focusing on all other negativities. That's it, of the system or of the people, or limitations of the people. That's it. And how I am able to do this? Because I have mastered this thinking as a skill, or I would say advertibunistic thinking है. वो कैसे किया? वो बार-बार प्रैक्टिस के साथ, कुछ सेशंस में प्रैक्टिस किया, अपने आप पे लगाया, अपने स्टूडेंट्स के साथ लगाया. कोई भी सब्जेक्ट अगर टीच करना है टेक्नोलॉजी मैनेजमेंट जैसे, तो फर्स्ट क्लास इज ऑन थिंकिंग एज अ स्किल. डू वी नीड टू मैनेज द टेक्नोलॉजी? If everyone says yes with common consensus, then I teach. Otherwise, not. If everyone feels like there is no need for that subject, then why to teach that subject? Why to waste the student energy? Why to waste my resources and energy in teaching that is not required? That's it. So that is the relevance of thinking as a skill. Now I come back to the presentation. That's it. So six thinking hats can be used for calling and running meetings, building consensus, communicating and facilitating change, thereby minimizing the confrontations that may happen when people with different thinking style discuss and ponder upon the same issue. For example, when you will become startup owners, if you become a startup owners, you will not consider one person as more wise than others. You have to be neutral. You will say to them, let us today we will ponder upon this issue for our company, but we will do it with 6 thinking hats. So and so person, you will think will come out with the facts related to this issue. You have to come with the negativities. So that kind of rules you have to allow. One thing, so that nobody will come with their previous predisposition or biases in their mind. Because जब उनको रोल ही रेड थिंकिंग हैट से करना है, तो वो ब्लैक थिंकिंग हैट से आउटपुट देंगे नहीं, इनपुट देंगे नहीं. हमें उसको कर्व करना है रूप में. Another thing, senior junior relationship. Many a time junior doesn't give advice to the seniors. Junior advice may be $1 million, but he feels like यार मेरी तो सुनवाई नहीं होगी, बोलने का फायदा क्या? अगर मैं बोलूंगा, they will put that whole thing on me only. You have spoken, now you take the lead, and you do not wish to take the lead because you do not see that you have they have given you due benefits what you deserve. Everyone feels that we deserve, but what we are doing to achieve what we deserve, that really matters. How you are planning the things for yourself, for your satisfaction in your life or in your profession. That's it. And when you will have this kind of discussion, even a junior person will give the inputs in your decision without any hesitation, without any limitations, without being fearful that if I give advice, I will be taken negatively by the people, because it is not a individual called upon decision. It is a role play just being performed. That's it. And you are giving your negative also because you are advised or designated to perform that role. That's why you are giving negative views. That's it. And when we say black thinking heads, or we can say that critical thinking emerges from this thinking style. More, I would say, having more affinity towards it. That's it. But this is the basis for developing thinking skills. That's it. Again, we can have convergent thinking, divergent thinking, coming from many solutions to one particular solution to a particular problem. Forms a part to convergent thinking. Opening up from one to many solutions for a particular problem will form a part to the divergent thinking. That's it. So this was all about what I wish to say about developing thinking skills from my side. That's it. So what are the key benefits and useful tips for of thinking as a skill? The technique provides a room for necessary skepticism and emotions to be brought into consideration, thereby opening up an opportunity for creativity, within decision making. It also helps persistently pessimistic people to be creative and positive, allows the one to put forth his or her thinking without risk, provide an opportunity to explore an issue from multiple perspectives that otherwise might be critical and overlooked. The use of 6 thinking hat techniques helps to avoid public relation mistake, generates significant reasons to follow or after or drop a particular course of action before the leader has committed to it. Even you can drop a decision because the analysis says that it shall be done. So in a 6 thinking hat role play session, the facilitator must define the focus of the thinking, plan the sequence and timing of the thinking. आपको पहले डिफाइन करना है कौन से पर्सन कौन सा रोल अदा करेंगे, जैसे मैंने किया उस टास्क में. सीक्वेंस प्लान करना है ब्लू थिंकिंग ने कि सारे जने सारे थॉट प्रोसेसेस टेकन केयर हो रहे हैं, दे आर पार्टिसिपेटिंग. कॉल फॉर चेंजेस इन थिंकिंग व्हेनेवर नीडेड. अगर आपको लगता है सारे लोग नेगेटिवली सोच रहे हैं और इमोशनली सोच रहे हैं, यू हैव टू चेंज द रोल. Positively, you have to bring into that. Text, you have to bring into that. Some fun, you have to bring into that. Accept and incorporate the request from the group for changes in thinking. अब कोई ग्रुप खुद ही कहता है कि सर अब हमने नेगेटिविटी तो निकाल ली, चलो सर अब इसका हम पॉजिटिविटी देखते हैं. तो आपको उसको डिस्क्रिमिनेट नहीं करना, उसका रोल चेंज कर देना है जब देयर इज अ रिक्वेस्ट फ्रॉम अ ग्रुप. Capture periodic and final summaries of the thinking. The summaries the role of the mentor or the final decision maker है for consideration by the team. कि वो टीम के सामने रखेगा. बाद में मैं ये सारे डिसीजन सबके सामने रख के फिर मनवाता हूँ. अब बताओ, अगर अभी भी आप कॉमन कंसेंसस पे नहीं आते, it means certain more thinking has to go in. That's it. So with this, I thank you for giving me an opportunity to interact with you all on developing thinking skills and thinking as a skill, and sharing with you my, I would say, information that I have and knowledge that I have so far. And I hope you will be in a position to experiment with it in your personal lives and with your teams wherever you work, and drive the results that are beneficial to you as individually as to you and to your organization as a group also. So I hand over the platform back to you for any question answers if we have any questions.
Thank you so much, sir, for this enlightening and interactive session. All the participants, any queries, any questions, please post in the chat box. Anyone would like to ask any question?
Any questions if you have, you can ask me.
Ma'am, I have a question.
Yes, Mansi, please
Sure.
go ahead.
Sir, how can we develop our critical thinking skills? Like, what activities and steps we can take?
Okay, great. So one basic competence we need for I would say developing thinking skills, that is your observation and documenting your observations. That's it. For example, I'm a very good writer. If you're a writer in the sense that if any meeting is going on, I will make all the notes. And that skill I learned from one person who was representing Blind People's Association. There was one Ability Olympics that we held in Native Chandigarh, Olympics competition for the specially abled friends, colleagues of us. So there were more than 800 people who participated, 400 persons with a kind of physical or mental disability, but they participated in paintings, jewelry making, dress designing. So there, the person who was sitting on the dais, he was, I got an opportunity to work with them in medical assistant team and as a public relation team. So from one room, we were communicating the news pan India, throughout the India. That's it. And what he was doing, he was making short stories and he was doing it simultaneously. I observed him, how he is doing it, how he is taking notes, when he is communicating to his audience. So, observation, documenting your observation, and another important thing is your life offers a lot of stuff to you to ponder upon. That's it. For example, what is my hobby? My hobby is to observe people and help them find solutions to their problems. So people can be any person. For example, I have received 7 to 8 calls. That's it. Presently, you must be knowing. And this is a couple of 2 or 3 social causes going simultaneously. Immediately after the session, I will be resolving them. Because we are running certain trainings, industrial training, and the group of people have come from some outstation. And yesterday they went and they have to come from two hours from the outside. 2 hours from the outside, they are coming and going. So today I promised them, I offered them, first you take my bike and search the PG near Chandigarh. If you do not get the PG, you 3 girls and 2 boys are there. You can stay in my home for 3 or 4 days until you find the PG. That is my decision, because I am as the person who is helping the people. That's it. So when you have the problems, you have the superset of the problems. People will come to you with their problems. And when you offer the solutions, you have the superset of solutions. The next time the things will come in your life, you already have a set of problems and you have already tried and tested solutions that will surely work. That's it. And your thinking will become skilled. अब मेरे केस में देखो क्या है, मेरे को पता था वो ग्रुप बच्चे आएंगे, मैंने उनके लिए पहले ही 2 कमरे रेडी रखे हैं. एक कमरा मेरे साथ बॉयज स्टे कर सकते हैं, गर्ल्स के साथ. और उनसे जो मनी उन्होंने बाहर देना होगा वो एक मेरे हाउसमेट है उनको दूंगा, वो उनके लिए कुकिंग करके देंगे. दैट इज स्किलफुल थिंकिंग. 1 week advance I was prepared for this kind of situation, that this can happen. Alternatively, I am trying that if the girl student can be made to stay in hostel, institute hostel, they 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 go into hostel, but you can use my lobby as a 5 to 9 in the evening till the hostel timing for doing your practical work of your because that person is training his juniors on electronics kit development. तो आप मेरी लॉबी यूज करोगे, अब वहां पे इनको ट्रेन करोगे, और जो पैसे आपने मेस में देने हैं आप पैसे फिर मेरी मेड को दोगे और वो आपके लिए खाना पकाएगी. सो with one intervention I am solving many things. There has been a case of domestic violence with the maid, and I have helped her to the tune of more than 20,000. So I am planning the recovery also of the money. That कि जो उसने पैसे देने हैं वो किसी तरीके से उसको मिल जाए और वो उसमें से मैं उसके डिडक्ट कर दूं. You do not have to give that money. So that thing, stay, and they need it, stay only for 1 month. And I'm not charging any, I will not charge any rent from them. That is my social perspective. So one initiative, arranging their stay, their class in the home, experimental class, helping the maid, है ना? To मेरा एक माउस जो कीबोर्ड जितने खराब थे, नहीं चल रहे थे, सब मैंने खोल के रखे हैं पिछले हफ्ते से. तो जब वो घर बैठेंगे उनको टास्क दूंगा कि ये इलेक्ट्रॉनिक गैजेट्स जो है इनको रिपेयर करो, और साथ में मेरे को भी सिखाओ. और मेरे भी उसमें क्वेश्चन हैं कि 3 बार मैंने गैजेट्स खोले, पहले तो गैजेट्स खोले तो मैंने लॉक तोड़ के खोले, 4थी बार मैंने गैजेट्स लॉक तोड़े बगैर खोले. तो मेरे पास डिजिटल पेन था 6,500 का. तो पहले तो आपको प्रोडक्ट खरीदने का दम चाहिए, फिर आपको रिस्क अवर्जिव एटीट्यूड चाहिए, रिस्क बेयरिंग कैपेसिटी, कि अगर वो खराब हो गया और उसका बैटरी चेंज होना है तो उस पेन को मैंने खोलना है. 6,500 की चीज कोई खोलने को रेडी नहीं होगा. तो मैंने खोल के फिर उसको रिपेयर खुद किया, मार्केट में गया, को जो कंपोनेंट चाहिए, फिर उसको बंद करना है. जब बंद करने लगा तो जैसे ही मैंने उसको बंद किया तो मेरे फेविक्विक लगी, तो जब मैंने ऐसे हाथ से पकड़ा तो वो मेरे फिंगरप्रिंट आ गए उस डिजिटल पेन के ऊपर. तो मैंने फिर पूछा रिपेयर मेंटेनेंस वालों से, तो मेरे को बताओ कि ये फिंगरप्रिंट के निशान मैं कैसे हटा सकता हूँ. तो उन्होंने कहा सर अगर हम जोड़ते ये लॉक कितने से डिजिटल पेन के रीडिंग डिवाइस का, तो हम उसको पहले सिरिंज में भरते फेविक्विक को, और फिर सिरिंज से उसको उस पॉइंट पे फेविक्विक छोड़ते, और उसके बाद वो लॉक खुल जाता. That's it. I learned in the process. मैंने इस बार डिजिटल पेन खुद ठीक किया. आई वॉज वेरी हैप्पी कि 6,500 की चीज मैंने 200 रुपए में रिवर्स इंजीनियरिंग करके ठीक कर लिया, पर उसका एस्थेटिक्स बिगड़ा. मेरे मन में क्वेश्चन आया, एस्थेटिक्स भी अगली बार कैसे बचा सकता हूँ. अब मैंने देखा कि कीबोर्ड माउस मेरे डिजिटल खराब नहीं होना चाहिए. उसको मैंने वीडियोस देखे, नहीं मिले वीडियोस, मैंने धीरे धीरे से लॉक को सक्सेसफुली खोला. अब वो खोल के रखे हुए हैं. अब ये जब ये टीम घर पे आएंगे तो मैं इनको टास्क दूंगा, अब इस माउस को हमें चलता करना है. वाई वी शैल प्रमोट टू ई वेस्ट. ये 1300-1400 रुपए की चीजें हैं जो ठीक हो सकती हैं. अगर इसमें कोई मान लो आईसी खराब है तो उस आईसी को रिप्लेस किया जा सकता है, क्लिप से निकाल के नया डाल सकता है. उसके लिए पूरा माउस ही क्यों चेंज करना और 600 रुपए का नया माउस क्यों लेना. That's it. I hope Mansi you got the answer in one example. Okay, any other questions?
Yes sir. Any other questions from the participants? So in the meantime, I have a question. You're talking about the thinking hats. So is it possible for a person to think simultaneously for all the thinking hats? Six hats.
Great. A beautiful question you have asked. I will sometimes मैंने यही कहा ना, जो मैजिक जब तक दिखे ना हम उसमें बिलीव नहीं कर सकते. तो पहले हमें ये समझना है, इसमें आंसर में ये समझना है कि ड्राइविंग इज अ स्किल, कोर skill. To drive in the rain is another experience. To drive in the rain in a daylight is another experience. To drive during a rainy season in a night is another experience. To drive in a fog in a day is another experience. To drive in a fog in winter is another experience. In a night is another experience. For example, I have driven my bike for more than 85,000 kilometers, then sold it. My car, I have drive more than 1,05,000 kilometers. Number of accident patients seen, sometimes helped wherever I can help. What I wish to say, more than 2 lakh kilometers I have spent of my life on my driving. That's it. But I learned many lessons from my life. That's it. I have evolved into this version of Amardev because of my experiences. So what I wish to say to you is that it is not sure how much life we have on this planet, है ना? But it is sure in a day how much hours, how much minutes, and how much seconds we have. That's it. That is for sure. And it is our life. If we will not think about our life, that's it. Because it has to start from self. If I'm not happy with my life, what Amardev is passing through in this space, I can't do good in my job. I can't make my family happy, my wife or my kids or my parents. I will not be in a position to perform effectively in office, or I may not be in a position to help socially also to the people or to the stakeholders who may be needing my help. So instead of leading 10 years of life haphazardly, let us spend 2 months, 1 month, 6 months on planning. That's it. Making ourselves skilled in thinking. I'm sure that is one best ever investment you will make in yourself, on yourself. That's it. For example, when I was to conduct a program in Srinagar, I was conducting a program. I got more than 90 calls for an immediately next week program that had to schedule in Chandigarh. So मेरे को ये लगा, it happened during 5 years of my initial service. I have spent more than 10 years in this organization. 10 years. This August I will be completing approximately 10 years. So what I found, this was my 7th job in my life, 6th or 7th job. That's what I found, that next 30, 35 years, I have to do the same task. And my seniors are doing the same thing. Again, a new program is coming. They are starting afresh. They are going through all mind turmoil, communicating telephonically here and there, wasting their time and energy. What I did, I spent 6 months in understanding what it takes to conduct a training. How many modules has to be there? More than 12 modules are there. You are conducting this program, you must be understanding it. More than 30 types of different activities are there. And I standardize all the things. When I standardize all the things, I have exhibited during one of the years. Only one head was there, and I was the only junior. And the other head, since he was changed from headship, he said that I am busy in other activities, I can't do the programs. I have done 4 programs back to back in a sequence, Monday to Friday, next Monday to Friday, next Monday to Friday, next Monday to Friday, and 1 week break, and then next 2 to 3 programs with all new audience set, all new faculty resources. If I decide today, tomorrow morning I can start a program. That competence I have built, that skill I have built. Why? Because initially 6 months I studied what are the formats in the department, what are the format activities at the institution level, financial authorities, what are the things that to be done with centralized department from the director office, and standardized, converted it to it, used it, and using for customized for future also. And now I enjoy my times. Now I am free. People over here will think that Amardev roam here and there, but they doesn't can make out what level of minuteness he has gone in planning and rolling out those things. That's it. Reading my 3 emails, one program will start. So the person who is the local coordinator or the supporting staff, whosoever is the principal, to whosoever the communication goes, they pass on that my email to their concerned person. They will study and they will study the formats. They will not feel the need to talk to me. They call me, I say, if somebody calls me, I say, read it once. You have to spend 15-20 minutes. But if any doubt is left, then call me. So I put myself into their shoes. कि उनके question क्या हो सकते हैं. Then I make the format and then I red highlight and see, delete this, add your institute name here. Delete this, add your signature here. What can be the possible designation, director, principal, everything put over there. Delete the irrelevant one, put the relevant. Everything is indexed. So they find it useful. And also most of them try to connect to my programs. That's it. That I built that common faith, trust. That's it. Doing his program, our payment will be reimbursed. We will get the certificates. That will not be an uninformed program, well-informed program. No doubt I'm facing certain difficulty as if now also, but I will resolve within 1 or 2 months in future in context of conducting trading programs. Okay, Neha ma'am, I hope I answered your question.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much. Yes, sir. Definitely.
Great.
Any other questions from the participants?
No. Any other questions from anyone? Okay.
Okay, sir. I think we'll wind up. So thank you so much, sir, for taking out your valuable time and joining us. It was a very enlightening, interactive, and enriching session. You discussed the key terms. You enlightened us about information. We all know about all these terms, but we don't know the deeper meaning. So information, wisdom, skill, and especially about the different thinking styles that you talked about. That was very enlightening and full of knowledge. I'm sure all the participants benefited a lot. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Thanks for your time.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Mansi. Thank you, Dr. Shushma and Shiny and other colleagues, faculty colleagues, and
Thank
thanks
you,
all
sir.
the
Thank you so
students
much.
for that.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, sir. So all the participants will be having a half-hour lunch break. We'll join back at 1:30 for the third session. Please rejoin the meeting at 1:30 p.m. Thank you. I think Mohinty sir has also joined. He's a co-host too, sir.
Okay.
Yeah.
Has the Monty sir has joined or not?
Yes, sir. Mohinty sir has joined. He has been made a co-host as well.
Okay. Monty sir, are you there? Am I audible to you? Hello, sir. Monty sir. Sir. Meanwhile, all the participants are requested just to wait for 1 minute. Sir is very senior, retired professor, but very active in the topic. We have requested him to guide us. And let me call him. Okay. All the respected senior faculty member, participants, resource persons, Sir Sunil Monty sir. Welcome back to the post-lunch session. This is the second day of our 5 days workshop on enhancing employability, out of which we have chosen a subtopic, which is on paper or article writing in the context of employability. My co-host, program co-organizer is here, Mansi. Meanwhile, I welcome Sunil Bihari Mohanty sir. He is known by everyone, all academician in India and across the globe. I mean, he is a person, I mean, no need to introduce of that stature. But, you know, for the sake of our participants, young learners or whoever, it will be quite good to listen again about his brief introduction. With the post-lunch session, this lunch session, I welcome all again, and I request all the participants to actively take part in the discussion, whatever the process guided by Mohanty sir during the presentation. Now I request Mansi to introduce sir in a formal way. Thank you, Mansi.
Thank you so much, sir. Sir, without any further ado, I would like to invite Dr. Sunil B. Mohanty, sir. Sir is president at AIAER, founder member of NCTE. He was dean at Faculty of Education, Sambalpur University, Odisha State. He has 32 years and 6 months experience in education subject. Sir was posted at Principals of Government Training Colleges of Government of Odisha. He was head of the Postgraduate Department of Education, GM College, Odisha. He has been Deputy Secretary at National Council for Teacher Education, Government of India, New Delhi. He was Founder General Secretary and Founder Editor at All India Association for Educational Research. He was also a founder member at International Forum of Researchers in Education. He has given chair paper presentation sessions in countries like Australia, Sydney, Taiwan, etc. He has written many books and articles in foreign journals and Indian journals. Sir will be elaborating on the topic paper, article writing, editing, and publication. Now I would like to request Sunil sir to start the session. Over to you, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. I had sent a PowerPoint. The participants receive that PowerPoint. Can they open that one? So it will be convenient. Hello.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Please ask your participants to open that PowerPoint.
Okay, all the participants are requested to open the PowerPoint. Actually, I share all the files except PowerPoint. Now I'm sharing the PowerPoint to all the participants. But others files which will be required during the discussion have been shared. Now I'm sharing the PowerPoint to all the participants. Sir, do I need to show here in the screen also?
Yes, you can do it if you want.
Okay. Now I have shared the PowerPoint presentation in the participation group. At the same time, I'm sharing here also.
Oh, good. Good.
Yes, sir.
Let us start. Okay, friends, this is a workshop meant for writing, editing, and publishing your papers, etc., so that it can be useful in getting jobs. Nowadays, generally, more stress is given on publications. So, as a teacher, so at whatever stage you may be, you need to write and get them published and then submit at the time. Now, writing, it's all right, anybody can write, no problem. but whether the writing is generally meant for the public or meant for the academic circle, that is the difference. People write in newspapers, so writing meant for general public. If you open this PowerPoint, you can see. So the first slide is writing meant for general public. Educational articles meant for reading by general public are printed in newspapers or in popular magazines, like India Today, Women's Era, etc. There you will also find articles on education, but those are articles. They cannot be treated as academic articles. Although these articles might quote data, detailed descriptions of sources from which the quoted data have been taken are not provided. Writings meant for specific academic community. Papers are meant for specific audience. These articles which are meant for a specific audience are called as papers. So these papers, it is not moving. Your slide has to move, not? Hello, Dr. Rohan.
Yes, sir.
Slide move, not moving. That slide you are presenting, it has to move. Second one.
This is third page.
Yes, okay. So papers are meant for specific audience. So articles, it can be articles maybe for meant for anybody, but when articles are supported with references, quotations, studies, etc., then you will find they are called as papers. Papers are meant for specific audience, generally have review of related literature, sections, quote many findings of relevant and recent studies, and have detailed listing of references cited in the text. Next one. So there are references and bibliographies. References include a list of sources cited in the text. But bibliography includes a list of sources that one has come across during the process of writing. One can mention bibliography in a paper, but in order to save space, academic journals prefer references. They do not want bibliographies. Bibliography covers references and other sources not cited in the text. Many organizations bring out bibliographies on specific topics at intervals. I had sent one bibliography. Can you ask them to upload it or see it? Rohan?
Yes, sir.
Send them a bibliography on micro teaching.
I have sent, sir, in the group, sir.
So just ask them to open it.
All the participants are requested to see that bibliography file shared to you in the group.
Bibliography of micro teaching.
Bibliography of micro teaching.
Did they open?
Anyone please respond, whoever opened the file. Among the participants, I request you to open that particular file and please let us know that that particular file which sir is asking is open. Hello, Neha madam. Can you open that?
Yes, sir, I'm doing that.
Okay.
Open, sir.
Open. So this is a supplementary bibliography on micro teaching. Means earlier there was one bibliography published in that journal. This is another one, second one published in this journal. So there you see it starts with alphabetically up to BAN 1976. Micro teaching component skills and the training of teachers and evaluation of a research and development project. In British Journal of Educational Technology, 7/2/35A3. What does 7 mean? Neha madam.
So can you please repeat the question? Your voice.
That number one entry, Apple B A.N. 1976. Can you see?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And micro teaching component skills and the training of teachers and evaluation of a research and development project.
Yes, sir.
In British Journal of Educational Technology, then 7, 2, then 35. So what does 7 mean? What does 7 indicate?
I guess the volume number, sir.
Very good. So 7 is volume number, 2 is
Issue number. Issue of
issue
the
number.
journal.
Then comes pages. Then if you go to second one, you will find Appleton EC. Appleton EC 1977.
Yes, sir.
Micro teaching research and its limited applications in the Philippines. In Asian Institute of Teacher Educators newsletter 6,1 to 6. Here issue number is not there.
Yes,
In
sir.
this journal, they don't have issues numbers separately mentioned. For that reason, the author compiler has not written. So like this, if you go down, you will see. So this is a list of articles, books, etc. This is called bibliography. So whenever you write one article, so in article you may mention bibliography, but in academic journal they do not mention bibliography. Bibliography is useful for you while writing a paper, so that you go through the bibliography, know various types of documents, research papers, books, etc., which are available, and you may go through them. So like this. Then there is another one, you can see annotated bibliography. There is another file sent to you that is called annotated bibliography. It is an annotated bibliography of children's development of social inclusion and respect for diversity. Can you please open this?
Yes, sir. It is also shown in the screen.
Very good. So if you see, if you go down, you can see, go to the first entry. Could our participants open that? Can you ask any other participants except whether they have been opened it or not?
Sir, is this correct in the screen?
Yes, correct. No problem. Could you all open it?
Yes, sir. We have opened that.
Very good. You have opened, whether any other one has opened or not.
I hope they must have opened it. Participants, you all are requested to kindly open this document. And please
If
write
you are
yes
mobile,
in chat
having
box.
mobiles only, then might be difficult to open. Na?
No, sir,
If you
not
are
that
using
much.
laptop or desktop, then they can open it easily.
Sir, Rajiv, sir, has opened this document. He has written yes.
Okay, okay. Now you can see the first entry, Alanis Iliana. See, in this case, they have written the full name. So it is a type of style followed by that particular publication. They are writing the full name, Alanis Iliana, 2007. You see there is no bracket there. That year of publication is not within the bracket. So it is a particular reference style. So these reference styles vary from one journal to another. In case of some journals, they follow a particular brand. So like APA style. So some journals say that if you want to send one paper to that journal, you have to follow APA style. Then there are some other journals, they say you have to follow Chicago style. Then some other journal, they say you have to follow Vancouver file. Similarly, there will be some language journals that they will say you say modern language journal style. So like some journals, they specify their style, and some journals, without mentioning these broad brands, they have a specific style. Now this particular document has a particular type of style. So these styles vary from one journal to another. So whenever you are sending an article for publication, manuscript for publication, you have to go to the reference style of that journal, see what type of references that journal wants, how whether it should be year of publication should be written within bracket or not within bracket, whether full name will be there or short name will be there, whether place of publication will be at the end or just before the name of the publisher. So all these things will vary from journal to journal. So these are the requirements. But here our purpose is to see what does annotated bibliography mean. This is a step beyond bibliography. In bibliography, you do not know whether that particular document book is a bogus book or a very high quality book. You do not know. If you go to certain publishers in Delhi, you will find they have been printing books which are printed in 19th century. In 21st century, they will be printing those books. And year of publication, they will be giving of 21st century. So you will buy it, you will study it, and then quote it. But you will inside the book, you will find materials belonging to 19th century, not of 20th century, but printed in 21st century. So the editor will catch hold of it. For example, if I ask you now, just I am asking, putting a question. Article 45 of the Constitution, what does it say? Can anyone tell me? Article 45 of Directive Principles of the Constitution.
It is about education. It is about the educational provision.
You don't say, let the participants say.
Mansi, please answer.
You have to answer. No other participant is there.
Sir, I'm asking other participants. Mansi, please answer.
Anyone please come out?
Ma'am, sir is not audible to me properly. I'm unable to hear.
Article 45 of the Directive Principles of the Constitution of India. What does it tell about something on education? What does it say? If you are an education student, you must have studied it. Constitution of India. What does it say about our education system?
Sir, it's sir,
School education, Article 45, what does it say?
sir, it tells about right to education, that every child has a right to complete his or her education.
Up to which year? How many years?
Sorry, sir.
What type of education? Elementary education or what?
Sir, elementary education.
Very good. You are a lecturer, madam?
Sir, I'm a student.
You are a student. So these things you learned when you are a student, you might have studied in your book. But during so many years, that has not been the case. Recent past, there are some constitution amendment, 86th amendment of the Constitution. What does it say? Any idea? No idea. So anyhow, so in 86th amendment of Constitution, that was changed. Earlier in Article 45, it was education up to 14 years of age. The state shall endeavor to provide free and compulsory education to every child till it completes 14 years of age. Now that was changed and that went to fundamental right. So in Article 45, now it is said that state will endeavor to provide early childhood care and education. Early childhood care and education. Correct? So in many books you will find ideas will be like that. So annotated bibliography will say that this document is all right, but there are wrong things mentioned in this document. So the quality of the document, quality of the book can be written by the reviewer. So a person who has reviewed, gone through the book, he gives the comments. So here you find Alanis Iliana 2007, Developing Literacy Through Cultural Relevant Texts, Social Studies and the Young Learner. That's the title of the journal, 19/3/29 to 32. 19 is volume number, 3 is issue number, 29 to 32 page numbers. So what does it contain? An analysis of listening to oral storytelling, creating individual historical narratives and using biographies to promote the development of Mexican American children's cultural and linguistic identities as part of their language and literacy acquisition, with criteria for selecting text and a list of recommended titles specific ethnic group. So the annotated bibliography tells about the material containing in that book. And if there are some wrong things in that material, then that they will point out that this book contains also some errors, factual errors or factual data, etc. like that. So it is convenient for a researcher not only to finalize his study materials based on bibliography, it is more advantageous to go to annotated bibliography. So that will tell you about the material and whether the material is suitable for him or not. So then let us go close all these things, go to our PowerPoint. Hello. Close bibliography and annotated bibliography, open the PowerPoint. So here there is one annotated bibliography example is there in the PowerPoint. Academic Development Centers downloaded on 11 May 2011 from so and so. Ambrose essay 1995 fitting program to so and so. Describes steps in the founding of a center through her experiences at Carnegie Mellon University. Similarly, these are examples. Then popular magazines and academic journals. Next one. Next one. Popular magazines publish short articles meant for general public. Certain advertisements are published by publishing houses. Academic journals publish long manuscripts on specific topics meant for selected audiences and generally reports of researches, qualitative or quantitative or academic writings based on review of researches. Now I have sent you also one university news. Can you open it?
Participants are also requested to open the university
news. Good. You are opening here. Rohan, can it be opened in my mobile? No.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It is PDF file and heavy file. PDF files are normally heavy, sir. This is 48 pages. In mobile, it may take little time.
Correct. So you open from here, we can start, no problem. We'll tell them what is the paper. Most of them are students or what? They are teachers also.
Sir, teachers are also there, research scholars are there, and the students are there. These are.
But only students are coming forward, teachers, research scholars are silent.
Yes, sir. The file is open here.
File is open here. You see, these are the papers here, the latest issue of the University News. It came, yesterday to me by email. So I thought I will share this journal with you. So the first topic is National Education Policy Recommendations on Training for Higher Education Teachers. Training of higher education teachers, not for school teachers, and a discourse. So there you see, there are some advertisements here, and it starts from here. So here you will find some descriptions, United Kingdom, what happens. Then if you go down, you will find different countries. Then you will find studies quoted. These are the statements by different persons. They have been listed. Then from here you see. Problem faced by participants of teacher development programs in the field situation. So Pojardik 2016 in the forward given to a European, yes, let it go. Can they read from the screen? No. Problems faced. Here. You have gone ahead.
Yes, sir.
Go back. Problems faced.
Yes, sir. It is visible here now.
Page
Problem.
number 9.
Yeah, problem faced by participants of.
Very good. You can read them from there also, no problem. Read them. Pojani. Rohan, you can read from there.
Yes, sir. It is visible now.
Pojani 2016. In the forward given to European Union document, mention the following problems faced by participants in applying their learning in professional development courses in the field. Higher education teachers, even the most dedicated ones, often feel alone in their attempts to improve their work with students. This has been also highlighted by the evaluation study among the participants of in-service training courses. The majority of them mentioned that when trying to introduce different novelties and innovations, they do not face much opposition, but they are often ignored by their colleagues and superiors. The problems and proposed improvements of teaching are rarely discussed within the departments. So this is in foreign countries, developed countries, this is also happening. So there are some suggestions which the author has given. So it has given some quotations. NEP 2020 has mentions a national mission for mentoring shall be established with a large pool of outstanding senior retired faculty, including those with the ability to teach in Indian languages, who would be willing to provide short and long-term mentoring professional support to university college teachers. So this is a type of article which is based on survey type of situation. So there may be some articles which may be based on study situation. They have conducted a study and then find out. This is another article, assessment and accreditation of higher education institutions in Karnataka and overview analysis. So some persons have made a study. Here they have written higher education institutions in Karnataka, table 1. Could you go there? Next one. Next
Yes,
article.
Next page of this article, sir.
Not that article, second article. Go down, please. Another article, go down. Karnataka. Page number 12, 13, 11, 12. Page number 12.
This will run differently, sir.
Correct. So this is the article, another article that I am saying. You go to that article, then you will see in page number 13, they have given the table. See? This table is there. In that table, they have mentioned about types of institutions. State-sponsored university 28, deemed to be university 11. But they have not given the source from which this table came, this data came. So whenever any author, any research paper, you give some data saying these are the number of institutions, these are the number of students, these are the number of publications, whatever it may be. So you should also have to mention the source from which you got those data. The source is not mentioned here. That is one error. But this is the type of article that generally gets published. Then here also you will find in table 2 in page number 7 criteria evaluation metrics adopted since July 2007. This is about NAC, but they have not mentioned about NAC's data. Then range of institutional CGPA, etc. like this. So in this article you will find, so data can be taken from various documents and compiled and then presented as a readable format. So that is a paper, that becomes a paper. In table 10 you will find also like this. Then there is another one at the page 20. Go down.
Page number 50, sir.
20. 20.
2020.
Rohan sir, write 20 when you downward arrow is there. Just write 20 there, you will directly do that.
Where? Actually, screens are lots of pop-ups are there. I am able to see partially here.
Dynamics of higher education in India. Reflection from National Higher Education Qualification Framework.
Page number 14, no? This is page number 14.
Right.
So sir wants you to go at page number 20.
20.
Number 20. 20.
Yes, this one. Is it correct, sir?
Correct. So this is another paper. So people who have written, there you will see some data are there. Here you can see. Table number 1, nomenclature of various programs along with course duration for bachelor's degree. Table 2 like this. So in here.
This is table 1.
Then the next one is you can see page number. Next paper. Page number 23.
This one. Sir, this is page number 23.
Sir, Mohanty sir is coming back in 2 minutes.
Okay, sir.
This is page number 23.
23. Anyhow, this is another paper. Now go back to page number 11.
Yes, this one.
Page number 11.
Yes, sir. This is 11.
Correct. Very good. So there you will find references are written. Okay. So number 1 reference, advanced HE. Then within bracket 2019. Then there is a dot mark. The UK Professional Standards Framework for Teachers and Supporting Learning in Higher Education. Author, comma, year. Here is the place of publication. Okay. Author is the publisher. Here the same organization which has published this one. So that is the author. The organization is the publisher. So when you are putting a particular types of paper, document, material, which is published by one organization, you write the name of the organization, then write the title of the paper, then you say that this is the publisher is the author, then year. Then second one is also like that, same thing. Then third one also similarly like that. Then the fourth one you will find Gogolin I and Hansen A, 2011 dot European Educational Research Quality Indicator Project. Journal of All India Association for Educational Research, 23 1 and 2, 1 to 15, June and December. Then number 5 you will say Harvard University, 2020 Higher Education Teaching Certificate. That is the title of the document. Then author, then comma, then Harvard, then comma, one MA is there. Can you imagine what MA will be? Why they have written after Harvard MA? In USA, not taking more time, there are many places, towns, same names are occurring in different states. There are same names of the towns which are there in one state and also in another state. So Harvard University is in a particular state. So there when they say Harvard, so Harvard may be also there in another one. Similarly, for example, Washington. Washington, what is the capital of USA? Can anyone tell me?
Washington.
No, you remain silent. Let the students say. Participants say. What is the capital of USA? United States of America. What is the name of the capital? Can anyone tell me?
Mansi,
One answer. One answer in chat box. It says
What is the answer?
Washington DC.
DC. Whether it is only Washington or Washington DC?
Sir, first reply was Washington D, and then it was Washington DC. So
First
I guess
it was Washington D.
only D. Yeah.
Only Washington D.
G. And then it was
why did
modified
become
to
C?
G.
Why did it become DC?
Yes. Rajiv sir, I would like you to respond to this question. How did it become DC?
No, sir, madam, from the beginning, there is a state in USA named Washington. One state, like India, we have many states. So you are from Uttar Pradesh. Similarly, there is a state in United States. Its name is Washington. Its name is Washington. So when you write something in Washington, then people will confuse whether it is Washington or what that capital. Washington DC is District of Columbia. Its short form is District of Columbia. Its short form is DC. So Washington DC, when they created that capital territory, they named it as Washington District, DC. Okay. So similarly in USA there are many. Suppose London. London is in UK, but there is also London down in Canada. So for that reason, these types of names when towns names are there. So along with the names of those towns, they attach that one, the name of the short form of the name of the province. This MA means Massachusetts. There is a state called that one. MASSACHUSSETS. So this one then comes number 6. Then go to page 25. Okay. Page 25.
Yes, sir. This is 25.
Very good. 25, 29 in my computer. Let me see. Oh. References are also there, continues. Then Kothari DS number 7. Kothari DS 1966, Chairman. Report of the Education Commission 1964 to 66. Government of India, combined New Delhi. Government of India is the publisher. Then New Delhi is the place of publication. In some other style, APA style, suppose it would have been APA style, then it would have been New Delhi, colon, Government of India. Not this style. This journal, University News, generally follows APA style. But the author wrote like this, so they also forget to correct and got it printed like that. So generally they follow APA style, but this is not APA style. The next one, MHRD within bracket 1986. National Policy on Education 1986, Government of India, New Delhi. So like this, if you go down, then again you go to University of London, number 17. Postgraduate certificate in learning and teaching in higher education, author London. Okay. So this stops our idea about what the paper is there, how papers are there printed in the journals, and how we can write for that. So this now takes us again back to the presentation. Go to the PowerPoint, sir. Now, popular magazines and academic journals finished. Now close University News. That is there with you. You can read it at your convenience, no problem. A few definitions. So there are certain definitions related to your publication, serial, periodical, journal, magazine. They have to go different references, referred and peer reviewed journals. So in some cases you will find some journals they say this is a peer reviewed journal. Peer means, what does it mean? Peer means classmate, friend, colleague or anybody. So in case of certain journals, they remove the name of the author. Rohan Mitei name is removed. So a blind, another number is there, number 1, journal number, paper number 1. Send to a reviewer to give the comments about the material contained in that particular manuscript. So the comments come back to the editor. Editor goes through the comments, and if they find those comments are relevant, then communicates to the author for modification. He doesn't find the comments as relevant, editor has to decide whether the comments are relevant or not relevant. If the comments are relevant, then he communicates them to the author that please go through these comments given by the reviewer and edit them or modify them, modify your manuscript and resubmit. So a date is given that you resubmit by 3 months or by 4 months or 5 months or 6 months, whatever it may be. So this is known as the process of peer reviewing of the articles. So reference journal means same thing. So whenever you say that your paper is published in a peer reviewed journal, that means the journal does that. So many journals print also on the title page that this is a peer reviewed journal. But most of these, high quality journals, they do not print that. Inside the journal, you will find at the end of the year, they will be listing the name of the peer reviewers. Who are the reviewers of the journal in that particular year? In some journal, they also print the name of the reviewer. For example, our NIPA, National Institute of Educational Planning and Administration, they bring out a journal. So in that journal, in every article, you will find the name of the reviewer is printed. That so and so was the reviewer of this particular paper. And that reviewer has accepted it. And then in case of those journals, in order to become more sure, then what they do? After the review, again the material is submitted, they send back to the reviewer. Let's see whether your comments have been taken care of or not. If the comments have not been taken care of, then the reviewer says, No, these are the data drawbacks still remaining. So these need to be corrected. Then this process goes on. So this is known as a referred or purely good journal. Then let us go to the next one. Then in some journals you will find there is a number called ISSN. ISSN is just like car registration number, scooter registration number. It
Sir,
doesn't indicate the quality of the journal.
sir, Monty sir,
Huh.
can you adjust camera a little bit because you are not visible properly from this side?
Which
Uh,
one?
You are not properly visible from this side.
Huh.
Only half of you is visible. Can you adjust your yes, this is,
All right.
yes, sir, yes, sir. Perfect, sir. So now I can go to next slide. Because the slide was not moving, sir, actually.
ISSN.
Yeah, this is the best.
So you see, open that. So ISSN, generally journals have ISSN. Your journal may be having ISSN, not having ISSN. Long ago, UGC said that you must have a publication in a journal with ISSN. Now, because that is now common, because UGC people didn't know at that time what is the meaning of ISSN. You just apply to any agency, appropriate agency, they will issue you the number. Now, this is the one. It is a 8-digit number used to identify a print or electronic periodical publication. Periodicals published in both print and electronic form may have 2 ISSNs. The ISSN system was first drafted as an ISO international standard in 1971. So after that, this number is there. Indian National Center for ISSN, this is the address. You can apply to this organization, and if you want to bring out a journal, they will issue you ISSN. Then similarly, there is another ISBN in the books. So that is also international standard book number. So that is again similarly same thing. Categorization of books from where it is printed, what is the language of that particular publication, and what is the area that the publication dealt. So these are the indicators from the book. It doesn't tell about neither ISSN nor ISBN, tell about the quality of the publication, either whether print journal or print book or online journal. So nobody knows what is the quality of the journal or quality of the book. These numbers do not indicate the quality of the publication. Then Indian Agency for ISBN, this is the address. So if you want to bring out a book at any time, you want to have one ISBN, you have to write to them and they will issue ISBN. Then there is another term nowadays, it is there, digital object identifier. If you don't want to print anything, have your material in the internet, then for that material, you can have one DOI, digital object identifier. You have to pay some money to an organization. So they will give you a DOI, and that will, by just typing that one, last one, you know, it is written Dona H. Kurjik from Synxium to regulated pump with cardiac muscle cellular update, advanced physical education marks 2 and so and so. DOI 10.1152 oblique advan dot 00119 dot 2010. So if that last line you type, then automatically that document will come out. That is DOI. How to ascertain quality of published articles. Then as you know that we don't have any, approved publication quality indicator throughout the world. Throughout the world, we do not have any publication quality indicator. Clear? First thing is, throughout the world, we do not have, even in our country, we do not have publication quality indicator. we have only one thing is there. If you apply to UGC, you will see they will say that what are your citation index. It is written now, personal citation index. Citation index means Mittai has written one article. How many times that article has been cited in a particular year? Okay. How many times that article has been cited in a particular year? That will give you citation index. The number of times that article has been cited, maybe for good reason, maybe for bad reason. Mittai has written one useless article, or Mittai has come forward with some suggestions, which are useless things or not based on facts. For that reason, people are criticizing. But when you are finding the citation index, that will come high, because a large number of persons are citing it. That is a bad article or the bad document or the types of hypotheses put forward by Mittai is not acceptable. But there may be another article where they will say that is a good thing that Mittai has written like this, and these people should follow. So this practice, this is your exemplar practice, this is an ideal practice. So these things, citation index doesn't differentiate. For what reason that article has been cited doesn't indicate. It just does the tabulation work in computer. How many times Mittai is occurring in the internet? Then which are the journals? And which are the years? So in this year so many times, in that year so many times. So this is called as citation index. So nowadays UGC, at the time of getting jobs, when you are applying, if you have got some published article, they will say you also mention the citation index. Now there are agencies which do this work. In India, if that ISSN agency also, they do the citation index works for science journals. You have to pay some money. The journal people have to pay some money. So they will then take that journal and try to find out the citation index for one article published in the journal. So this is known as citation index. That is there. That generally our authorities, they are saying. Then comes next one. Quality of the next one is journal. In which journal your article is published. That journal, quality of the journal, they again similar same thing. How many times that journal is being quoted in the net? Because if the journal is not available in the internet, suppose university news, it is generally not available in the internet. So it is very difficult to get the citation index of the article which is published in the internet. Similarly, it is very difficult also to get, by chance, they said to me, but it is the journal is not available online. That is, by making payment, you cannot get an online copy of that particular journal, university journal. So ascertaining how many times that journal is being quoted by others, that will give you. They have used another term, impact factor of the journal. How to ascertain effectiveness of journal? Impact factor is one of the tools for ascertaining effectiveness of a journal. 2-year impact factor like this. So when you send a paper to any journal, you can try to find out the impact factor of the journal. This is an example. See, anthropology. Next one. Anthropology Education Quarterly, ISSN so and so. ISI journal citation reports are available. Ranking 2009. Education and Educational Research. 70 by 139. Anthropology 31 by 67. Impact factor 0.723. So that was in 2009. Then in 2008, the impact factor was 0.326. Okay. In 2016, March, impact factor was 0.44. So like this, they bring out the impact factors of different journals, and you have to pay money to some organizations to do this work. So this tells about the quality of the journals. How to know, then how to select, how to send, papers for publication, to which journal to send, because at the time of interview they will see that whether the paper is published in these journals. Nowadays UGC has another, what is it called, Rohan? UGC had also a list of journals. UGC, whether your journal is UGC approved or not. So if your publication is in that UGC approved journal list, then only they will consider that one. If it is not there in the UGC approved list, it would be considered. So that is called a care list. So in that UGC care list, if your article is published in a journal in care list, then if you start going through, this one or whatever it may be. So planning for writing, selecting a broad subject area, finding a topic within that broad area to write about. The source of getting a topic may be one's own experiences. Certain organizations come out a list of research topics. For instance, a list of research topics on teacher education can be found at so and so. Discussion with peers and experts also help. Deciding the type of paper, informative, argumentative, or persuasive. Then informative paper. Mohanji.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, informative paper. Now in university news, we saw all those three papers, they were informative papers. University news, the papers that you saw, they were informative paper, may cover aspects such as arranging information around a definition, classifying examples, demonstrating similarities, differences between two or more people or things, etc. Chinara BD 1998, Teacher Education in Mizoram, Journal of All India Association for Educational Research. Argumentative. So these papers also can be said as argumentative paper because they are arguing that instead of doing this, government should do this and why. So they infer and then argue. So in argumentative or persuasive paper may cover aspects stating a premise and giving support for that premise. Induction, inferring a general principle from a group of examples. Deduction, inferring a group of effects given a general principles or cause effects. For instance, one might have feeling that there is not difference in the functioning styles of trained and untrained teachers and decide to write on should freedom be given to schools to appoint teachers with or without teacher training qualifications. So this can be one argumentative paper, and you say because there is no difference, or you can say there is no need for teacher training because Government of India has a regulatory body for teacher education, NCT. People, generally say that this NCT is a bogus organization because the head of the institution, in most of the cases, is a person who doesn't have either a BEd degree, even a BEd degree. So no BEd, no MEd, no PhD in education, but the person is chairperson of National Council for Teacher Education. So if a chairperson can be a person like that, then what is the need for teacher training? So let the teacher training be abolished, or the schools need not be compelled to take a person with a teacher training qualification. Or it can be seen that there may be untrained teachers in the school and trained teachers, and there is no difference in the functioning of these two ones, effectiveness of these two types of teachers. Then that types of arguments can be there. For example, the government is now insisting on 4-year integrated teacher training courses. Okay. So since 63, we have introduced 4-year teacher training courses in 4 regional institutes of education. Rohan, you are a 4-year product or 2-year product? 1-year product? Rohan.
4 years, sir. 4 year.
4 year.
Yeah.
Now, Rohan did his 4-year course. Then there are also, when he was studying, there are also 1-year BEd course going on in
Yes,
this college, correct?
Yes, sir.
There are products from this Rohan's course, 4-year integrated course, and also 1-year BEd course. And they work in schools. Then there is no study which has compared whether these 4-year products are better than 1-year products. 1-year products come to the institutions after completing a degree course. They are BA or BSc or BCom, then come for B.Ed, 1-year B.Ed. 4-year courses, role-like courses, they went after post 2, higher secondary. So when in higher secondary course, so which one is a better course? So there may be argument that 4-year course is not a better course because majority of the states, most of the states, or for example, the states which had these 4-year training courses of the regional institutes of education, never try to introduce them in their own colleges, state government colleges, thinking that this is wastage of energy and resources. Government of India has extra money, so therefore they are wasting it, and the states did not have them. For example, these colleges are there in Odisha, Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, and Karnataka. You will not find anywhere in these states government 4-year integrated teacher training course introduced in any government training college. Till 2014, when in 2014 NCT started persuading the state governments to start these types of colleges. So these are called argumentative papers. So in your argument, you argue on these lines that this is wastage of resources in 4-year integrated courses and not less wastage of resources in 1-year or 2-year B.Ed courses. Or, for example, same thing, whether 2-year B.Ed courses are necessary or not. In UK, you will find there are 1-year diploma courses equivalent to our B.Ed for secondary school teaching. If in UK they can 10 months, they can have this teacher training course. What is the necessity for having for 2 years in India? So these are different types of arguments which are made and written like a paper, giving examples from different countries. For example, in that paper that you saw in the University News, the first paper, now National Education Policy says that all the PhD degree students should study also teacher training. Teacher training, pedagogy will be a compulsory subject in all PhD courses. Do you know it? क्या रोहन जी क्या है कौन करेंगे टाइम हो गया नहीं क्या हुआ रोहन जी
नहीं सर फाइन सर
बस रहे क्या बात है क्या हुआ
बाकी पार्टिसिपेंट को बोला जल्दी पार्टिसिपेट करो अच्छे से
अच्छा अच्छे से वो तो नहीं करेंगे ना उनको सर्टिफिकेट जरूरत है
प्लीज सर
जो पार्टिसिपेंट्स होते हैं ना इंश्योरेंस ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम जितना होता है वो क्यों होते हैं सब पार्टिसिपेंट्स के लिए एक बार ऐसे हुआ कि बच्चे लोग को मजाक के लिए बोलता हूँ हम लोग का एक एयर का कॉन्फ्रेंस हो रहा था कर्नाटक में चित्रदुर्ग एक जगह है एक प्रिंसिपल थे वो एमएम कॉलेज उसमें कॉन्फ्रेंस हुआ था वो प्री कॉन्फ्रेंस एक पेपर राइटिंग वर्कशॉप था 2 दिन का तो उसमें जब हम लोग पहले से अनाउंस किए थे लोगों ने अप्लाई किए थे तो जब पार्टिसिपेंट आए तो 20 पार्टिसिपेंट पहला दिन थे सेकेंड दिन 10 थे और 10 भाग गए थे और जब सर्टिफिकेट देना था तो जो कॉलेज का क्लर्क मेरे पास 100 सर्टिफिकेट लेकर आया बोला ये क्या है मैं वो पार्टिसिपेंट्स के लिए बोला इतने लोग तो नहीं थे 10 लोग काल थे वो 200 सर्टिफिकेट मिलेगा 200 सर्टिफिकेट में साइन किया और सबको बुला ही रहा उसको मैं जो होटल में ठहरा था उसमें सो बेड का नीचे रख दिया तो 200 मिला तो ऐसे ही जब जहां भी होता है इसी टाइप का प्रोग्राम ये सब सर्टिफिकेट के लिए बच्चे लोग सब सुनते हैं पार्टिसिपेट करते हैं तो
हमारा कंसिस्टेंट
से कुछ फायदा नहीं होगा
नहीं सर हमारा केस में वो कंसिस्टेंट है नंबर जो है
नहीं मैंने आपको इतना मटेरियल दिया था उनको बोल करके आपको क्या बोला था आप उनको फॉरवर्ड करेंगे और उनको मेल देंगे कि वो कम फॉरवर्ड विथ योर क्वेश्चंस ऑन दिस डॉक्यूमेंट सप्लाई टू यू
अभी पूछेंगे सर दैट्स व्हाट आई हैव बीन आस्किंग Yes, sir. Yes.
उसको पढ़ करके जहां जहां उनका डाउट है कि कहाँ कहाँ मैंने कुछ लिखा था, वो मुझे पूछना था। ये तो वन वे कम्युनिकेशन हो रहे हैं ना।
अभी पूछेंगे ये।
पूछ रहा हूँ।
That's what, sir.
कम्युनिकेशन, इट इज नॉट टू वे कम्युनिकेशन। सो वर्कशॉप में क्या होता है, तो कुछ मटेरियल उन लोग खुद करते हैं, तो ऑनलाइन में करना बहुत मुश्किल है पढ़ाना। और दूसरा चीज है, अनलेस दे आर इंटरेस्टेड दे विल नॉट बी एबल टू डू इट। ओके, चलिए। सो दिस इज आर्गुमेंटेटिव और परसुएसिव पेपर। सो इफ यू डोंट हैव एनीथिंग टू डू, you can also think about something, try to collect some data. For example, if you say that if the schools can be given authority to appoint persons without any type of qualification, teacher training qualification, to act as teacher, हो सकता है, होना चाहिए कि नहीं? रोल पूछो तुम्हारे पार्टिसिपेंट्स को।
Please, dear participants, take part in the discussion. Sir has asked a question. Hello. No, we'll continue. Sir, can you repeat the question?
The question means schools given authority to appoint individuals without any teacher training to act as teachers.
So dear participants, question has repeated again. Anyone have opinion to share as a response to the sir question? Please come up.
You tell them, they may not be listening to me. You tell them, they will listen. Same question you put them.
Sir, can you pardon again, sir?
Is teacher training necessary for a person to teach? Should schools be given freedom to appoint teachers without any formal training?
Sir is asking for the recruitment of the school teachers, trained teachers are necessary or untrained also will work. Just yes or no also can be, in the chat box, you can.
Chat box, use chat box at least.
Sir, some says no, sir, and some say yes. In the chat box, replies are coming.
Very good.
Trained
So
teacher.
Training is not necessary.
Okay, sir. Majority says training is necessary.
And the minority say why training is not necessary.
Yeah, in the chat box that they will not be able to justify that long.
One or two reasons.
We will ask Dr. Saksi has responded no. I mean no to the question. So at the end of the session, I will try to invite her for the direct interaction. In the chat box, it is very difficult to explain everything.
Correct.
Yes.
There are two developed nations, United States and United Kingdom.
Sir, justification, sir. The justification of the no is Dr. Saksi is replying. It's a skill can be acquired through experience. When we can acquire those teaching experience, teaching skill through experience, why do we need, going for a formal training?
Correct. Okay. Very good.
Yeah.
Do you like her or him? Is gentleman or lady?
Dr. Josna, a lady, sir. Dr. Josna.
So they like the lady, our lady participant. UK and USA government about about half a quarter century ago, about 25 years ago, governments decided to appoint individuals, giving power to the selected schools to appoint individuals without any teacher training qualification as teachers. They started it in situations where teachers were not available. Then the universal age, they allowed it for throughout the country that any school, they should apply that they want the freedom to appoint individuals without any formal teacher and any qualification. So these two countries, in these two countries in the world, these things are going on. Nowadays, nearly 25% of the teaching force, school teachers, are individuals who do not have a formal teacher training qualification in university level. Okay, you may not be knowing this. Our Indian policy makers also they do not know this. And these experts like Harvard University, Cambridge University, Oxford universities, they have also departments of education. Teachers are also being trained there. So they have been shouting that our teachers are being trained, we are training them, and how schools are being allowed to do that. But the governments in these two countries, the secretaries of education, they say you give us documented evidence of research that these teachers who are not trained through universities, they are inferior in their teaching quality. That is, their teacher effectiveness is poorer than the teachers who have been trained through university system. But no comparative study has yet been come out with these types of findings. They do not have significant difference in the achievement in these two types of teacher production. So in the country, suppose in our country, we have now teacher eligibility tests. When you appoint a teacher, you have a teacher eligibility test. If you have the teacher eligibility test, so why to bother about the quality of teacher training? You allow any individual introduce teaching skill test if it is necessary in the teacher eligibility test. Allow anyone to go for that teacher eligibility test and if found fit, then apply. So these are certain types of argumentative or persuasive papers that you can write. Review articles. There may be articles reviewing a certain types of document. There can be a review article on government schemes. Okay. So like this, you can write anything. So that goes. Then preparation for writing. Keeping always a small notebook to note down any related thought. But first thing is you decide on what topic you want to write. So have a notebook. Whenever you are moving out or going anywhere, doing anything, some idea comes, you just note it. Preparing an outline of the paper, leaving spaces blank to detail up in between sections as the paper writing progresses. Starting writing, one may always start writing whatsoever ideas are there in one's mind in respect of the body of the paper. While writing one's own ideas about the topic, it is essential to point out ideas, concepts that come to author's mind that also might have been reported in all other studies. For that reason, you need a review of related literature. You need to find out who are, suppose I said this, Mahanti said this, but whether one Thakur also said this, one Mithai also said this, one Padmaja also said this, or somebody says, no, it is not good thing. So like this, you should have a review of related literature. You know what are they are available in the market or in the internet. So you can quote them. If such ideas are not found in the review already made, one may attempt to look for them in Google or other search engines. Now, in the review of literature, that has to change. Rohanji.
Yes, sir.
Review of literature.
Yes, sir.
The critical reading of relevant literature. Evaluating the information one reads, notes its sources, reading and rereading an article book until it is understood completely. Taking notes simultaneously, being careful not to plagiarize. Realizing the distinction between plagiarized and incorporating others' ideas. While taking note, one has to take notes in one's own language so that the problem of plagiarism shall not arise. Exploring internet resources in listing various relevant articles in journals and books. Sometimes while you are taking internet resources, sometimes you get wrong data in the internet. Is it correct? Now, this is a one exercise now for your participants. National Education Policy 2017. Ask them to type in Google.
Yes, sir.
National Education Policy 2017.
Huh?
Ask them to type in Google whether they are getting any result or not.
Okay.
National Education Policy 2017.
Okay, dear participants, you might be already looking. Can you browse in the name of National Educational Policy 2017, whether is it available online or not? I have never heard of it, sir.
You have not heard of it. Now you will see. Whether you also type, you see. I am also typing.
Sir, one participant is saying, please repeat again. There is if you, I mean, Kajal, sir is saying, can you find in the internet? Hello, my voice is clear? Am I audible, Kajal?
Yes, sir.
Okay, sir is asking, can you browse the title National Education Policy 2017? The question is, can we find National Education Policy 2017 online? Sir, at this time, we have already started working for new education policy in 2016.
16, did you get it? Did you get it?
No, sir, they are asking, is it for NEP 2020? It is, I think it is different.
Not, I am saying 2016, 17 type.
2016, 17.
Whatever may be, 2016 also you type. National Policy on Education 2016.
Okay.
Ask them to type National Policy on Education 2016. You also type.
Yes, sir.
I got the
Okay.
document.
Oh, is it?
Sir, I think the new education plan with major changes scheduled to be launched by Narendra Modi ji government in 2017.
What my question is, whether in Google, forget about your knowledge. When you type National Education Policy 2016, whether any result is coming or not. National Policy on Education 2016.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Any result coming or not?
Sir, it is in the screen. Draft National Education Policy NEP 2016. It is on the screen, sir. All the participants can see. I have already typed National Policy of Education 2016 as a file published by NEPA. I have this document already.
It is not, there is no mention of draft.
This is in relation with the new education policy. That time I was.
Whatever it may be, see the title. What does the title say?
National Policy on Education 2016 PDF file.
Does it say draft?
The draft.
Does the title say draft?
Yes, sir. Draft National Education Policy.
Where? In my computer, it doesn't say draft.
No, this is not the government website. This is other website. But in the government website,
You go to nipa.ac.in.
sir, is it
NIPA website?
NIPA doesn't say draft.
Correct. That I'm saying.
Yeah, but the private organization,
Forget about private one. NIPA is the government one.
NIPA doesn't say the draft.
Correct. No, my point is, our point of discussion is that the documents available in the internet sometimes are misleading.
Okay.
That was the point of discussion. The documents, whole purpose is to tell the students, participants, that the documents available in the internet may be wrong documents available in the internet. Okay? So here in this case you saw that Ministry of Education, Government of India, Ministry of Education, NIPA is one organization of the Government of India. NIPA has uploaded it in the website. In NIPA website, you will find this document. So from that, it has come to Google. So Ministry of Human Resource Development, National Policy on Education, 2016 it says. It doesn't say it is a draft document. If you go inside, then you will know that it is a draft one. It tells about various sections, etc. It doesn't say that you are discussing this thing or that thing, and this is yet to be debated. It doesn't say about that. Letter to HRD Minister. Then letter, what does the letter say?
So you are talking to see in the website of Ministry of Education.
No, what I am saying, this one, saying that when you are taking data from the internet, sometimes you may be taking a wrong data.
Yes, sir. I think all the participants might have understood that. All the data available in the websites are not authentic, other than it is a government website. Am I correct, sir?
Again, you are making an error. This is also a government website. NIPA website is also a government website.
Okay.
NIPA is not a private organization.
So as a writer, as a young writer or learner, how to identify that authenticity of the source?
For us.
Yeah.
That is a problem for us. Suppose a researcher, when he sees this in the internet, doesn't know anything. National Education Policy 2020. Type in the internet National Education Policy of India. Then if this document comes, takes data from that document, writes a paper, then the editor, if he is an useless editor, no problem. If it is a written, knowledgeable editor, you say the wrong thing, he is writing. Okay?
Yes, sir. Hello. Hello. Neha ma'am, can you listen me? I think there is an internet problems. Susma ma'am.
I think, sir, there's network problem at sir's end.
Okay. I thought that it is from my side. So dear participant, actually we have started grilling about some discussion. But see the technical problem, internet connection problem from the side of the resource person is there. We will wait. Meanwhile, we can go, I mean, to the chat box to, discuss something what we have started discussing. That discussion was to reflect what type of, particularly in that trained and the untrained teacher, that was in relation with the types of paper writing, especially in argumentative type of paper writing. So now one research question can be framed like that. So on that basis, that questions came regarding trained teacher or untrained teacher. But sir has also given the live example across the globe that many countries still do not give a requirement of a formal training to become a teacher. But in the country like India, we have a requirement of getting formal training to become a teacher. Still, in many private sector, though NCTE has already notified, but in the practices at the ground level in India, many private schools still not following the minimum requirement norms, minimum requirement to become a teacher in the schools published by NCTE. Hope that very soon it will become a part of the practice. But Sare said that many countries are still not following. I mean, they think that it's not required, and many countries are following. So that's how we can think of an argumentative paper. So research question can be from that, what type of paper we can write. There are different types of papers that is mentioned, and all of the PPT is shared with everyone. Everyone can follow that. At the same time, the last one was just to show that whenever we browse to gather some information from the online, whether it is from the private website or government website, many information provided in the online platforms are not authentic for the purpose of research. So that was just in between the discussion of review of literature. So while discussing that, the internet connection problem came up. Let me make a call to check the status. Hello, sir. Susma ma'am, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, I'm hearing you. Yes.
Sir, just try to reconnect and
Sir, it might be some, I think, technical issue or maybe due to some low network, I think so.
So,
Sir has joined. Sir is in the meeting. Mobin sir, kindly make him a co-host.
okay.
Okay, ma'am. Ma'am, sir is the co-host now.
Sir, you can unmute yourself now.
I did unmute now.
Sir.
Can you listen me?
Sir.
Yes.
Actually, sir was thinking that the sir session is over at 3 o'clock, but I said no, it is a 30. But tomorrow we again have the sir, move for more active discussion. Already we started in the chat box after you ask certain question, but tomorrow,
if you want, we can continue half an hour more, no problem.
Yes, sir. If you think that if you want to take questions or discussion from the participants also, Neha Gupta ma'am, please guide us because we also have a session tomorrow. So how we want to continue the formal remaining part is of the slide or some sort of discussion.
Sir, I can see there are few questions and queries in the chat box. I think you have taken all those things.
Yeah.
Okay, so we can continue with the other half of the presentation if sir is comfortable tomorrow or today as per his comfort, sir.
Yes, sir. Monty, sir, should we continue with the same?
Continue.
Okay. Should I share the PPT again?
Again, yes, sir. Your questions there, na?
Questions, actually, you asked question. We have been, all the participants have been, discussing in the chat box about the same question.
Achha, good.
Now, should I share the PPT?
Okay, no problem.
Coming back to the PPT. Yes, sir. We were at the review of literature.
Literature, correct.
Yes, sir.
So critical review, if one gets certain references cited in the material being read, it is necessary to go to the original reference. For example, if you say national policy on education, then you saw some material available for 2016. You also check in the internet whether there are other materials available. Then you will come across National Education Policy 2020. Then you will know that this 2016 was something wrong material available in the internet. Similarly, in books also you will find there are many books where the authors or there may be printing errors. Acharya Ramamurthy report, in which year it was published? Can anyone tell me? Acharya Ramamurthy report on National Policy on Education 1986. There was a review committee and the chairman was Acharya Ramamurthy. So he brought out a huge report, huge volume.
Sir, a question came. May I ask you now?
Yes.
Or should I ask later after this presentation?
Okay, now let them say this. Acharya Ramamurthy report, in which year it was published? It was a review report on National Education Policy 1986. Can anyone tell me? No. Okay, forget. So if you don't know the report, no problem. So the report was published in 1990. But in many books you will find Acharya Ramurthy report 1992 is mentioned. Okay. Similarly, National Policy on Education 1986. Was there any policy in 1992?
That plan of action of 1986 was in 19.
Was there any policy document of 1992? No, you are not aware of that. See, after 1996 policy, there was one committee, first committee is Acharya Ramurthy committee. There is a Janata government. So Janata government didn't want this Rajiv Gandhi government's material to be published. So they brought out a committee that reviewed. Then Janata government failed in 1990. There was Janata government failure. Then again Congress government came. So they appointed another committee under the chairmanship Janardhan Reddy, Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh. That is known as Reddy Committee. That was by Central Advisory Board of Education. In 92, they brought out the policy document. So in that policy review, the government accepted certain recommendations and then modifications made in the 1986 policy. So that document, if you type in the internet, you will see the 1992 document is there, National Policy on Education 1986. So within bracket, with modifications undertaken in 1992. With modifications undertaken in 1992. Shall you type in Google?
Yes, sir.
National Education Policy 1992. Type. Is it coming? Let us see.
National Education Policy
1992.
In the Google, sir, it is referring to plan of action as Neha Gupta ma'am said.
No, you will see whether the document is coming.
To document. It is coming. Program of action. I think all are able to see the screen.
Yes.
Sir. Sir, it is there in the screen. It is referring to the program of action 1992.
I know that I told you that document.
Which document?
The National Policy on Education 1986, modified in 1992.
Should I type like that?
Type. No problem.
1986 modify in as 1980. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Coming.
It is in the wiki, website of the wiki. It just said 1986 National Policy on Education was modified in 1992 by P.V. Narasimha Rao government. This is just the beginning of the page. What should we see here, sir?
Can we see the document?
This is not the PDF, sir. This is HTML page. Should I? Rohan, sir, I have shared one link in the chat box. I think that may help. Kindly click that. That is the NP with modifications with respect to 1992.
Okay.
I think, sir, this is the correct document that we are looking for.
Correct. Now you are getting it.
Ah,
So whether it is modified 1992 or not?
Yes, sir.
With modifications undertaken in 1992. Concern?
yes, sir. This is the, I think, document.
Correct.
Hmm.
So when you are discussing all these things?
In the review.
Review. Correct. Very good. See, so many things we do not know what is happening. I'll see in my, now I am looking by the computer, the PDF file I have sent it. Okay, so forget it.
Should I come back to the slide, sir?
Come back to the slide. So here I have given that example that I discussed with you earlier, that Article 45 of the Directive Principles. You know, type in the internet also, sometimes it will say elementary education, sometimes it will say early childhood care and education. Clear? So these types of problems are there. So you have to be careful whether these things are there or not. In the printed book also you will say that somewhere in the university B.Ed courses of study, if you go through university documents, it will say revised policy of 1992. But it is not a revised policy. It is a modified policy. Clear? Clear? There is a difference between revision and modification. For example, in my articles when I am writing nowadays, I am saying that governments of India should bring out a modification of the policy. Can you tell me why? Why? It is time for bringing out a modification. Not only for any conceptual errors or some mistakes or something which should not be done, but it has also some year targets fixed. But by 2021, this should take place. Now 2021 is over. So similar thing had happened in 1986. That policy document said that by 1990, all children of class 1 to 5 will be enrolled in these schools. It could not happen. Therefore, in 1992, they took out all those target years. In that document, all those target years which were mentioned in 1986 policy were taken out. That means nobody can tell the government that these are the target and you have not filled up. Similarly, the present document also policy had some year targets. That by 2021 this will happen. By 2022 this will happen. So by 2021 is already over. So this has not happened. Therefore, the government, there is a time for bringing out a modification. Now, our point is that we have to see whenever the resources are there. We have to see that whether those resources are authentic, whether the documents that you are getting, they are real documents, or they are also documents which have been written quickly. So there are some errors. So keeping in mind the truth that the writing is meant for a reader who may not know what the author knows. For example, if you are sending to a paper which is to be published in America or in UK. In America, paper is to be published. Then you write NCT. Then in USA audience, they will not understand what is NCT. If you are sending to a foreign journal, then immediately that foreign journal means international journal. So international audience. So the term NCT, then if you write NCT and saying about Indian situation, NCT, then comma, a regulatory body for teacher education of India, that you have to qualify. Clear? Because NCT, if you again type in internet, type NCT, see what comes.
Many things comes up, sir, in that case.
Come, see what is the important one. NCT.
Sir, in my case, in the screen, on the screen, people might be saying, based on my browsing habit, it directly directed to the National Council for Teacher Education.
Any other NCT then?
NCTE, OTRPMs, this NCT is different.
What is it?
National Council for Teacher Education, all are national council. The same request is there with the participants also. Is there any NCTE coming up in your browsing history?
So this is National Council of Teachers of English.
Very
It is
good.
visible on your screen.
That is more famous than our NCT. Our NCT is restricted to India. That National American Council. So whenever you are sending, while our purpose was keeping in mind the truth that the writing is meant for a reader who may not know what the author knows. If it is for Indian publication, no problem. You say NCT did this, NCT did that. If you are sending it to a foreign journal, then there is a problem. Because the foreign journal means international audience. There you have to qualify those terms. Okay? NCT, comma, or NCT of US, United States, or NCT of India, or NCT, a regulatory body for teacher education in India, NCT, an organization for teachers of English in United States. Like this, you will have to qualify that one. That terminology has to be qualified. Then stating objectives, hypotheses, samples, tools, and procedures through which data analysis was carried out. Stating data obtained in form of tables and illustrations. Whatever data you are getting, you have tables. So improving preliminary version of the manuscript, fitting the new material into the material written already. Comparing the findings. You have gone ahead or what?
Sir, we are on which slide number, sir?
Okay, keeping in mind the truth, sections of an article. Oh, you have gone ahead. Okay. So generally one paper has introduction, review of literature, objectives, hypotheses, limitations, methods, tools used, data, analysis of data, then discussion, conclusion, then references. Preparing manuscript for a specific journal. Now I think so deciding the journal to which the manuscript is to be sent and going through its guidelines for authors for preparing manuscripts. So every journal has a reference style, particular reference style. I have sent you one document for reference styles. Can you see? Reference styles. Rohan ji.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
देखिए reference styles. One document is there.
I'm just checking, sir.
I was comparison of reference styles. Have you forwarded them?
Did you send in my email, sir?
Yes.
Right now or before?
Before.
Okay.
You have not forwarded them.
No, I forward. Just let me check.
Ask them.
Comparison of reference style.
Hmm.
This is there, sir. I have shared that, sir.
So ask them to open.
Page is open now.
Hmm.
Yes, sir. It is on the screen.
Very good. So these are four styles that I have mentioned. APA, MLA, Chicago, JIAER. The same material, while being typed in APA style, is written in particular style. The same thing in MLA is written in another way. Same material again in Chicago style is written in another way. And in our journal, JIR, it is also written in another way. So whenever you are trying to send a paper to any journal, then you have to go through the manuscript submission guidelines of the journal available in the internet. Okay? You type the title of the journal, then you go to reference styles, then you find out. In APA style, number 1 entry, addressing, what is written? Let them tell. Ask one participant to tell. Read it out.
Yes. Any participants? Mansi, can you read it out?
Mansi is near you.
I think better to coordinate with Neha ma'am. Neha Gupta ma'am.
Yes, sir. Why not?
So am I visible?
Yes.
Yes, Mansi, go on.
Ma'am,
APA
am I
style,
visible?
first one, Lomax, read out.
Okay. So, sir, the first question was by me only. So, I had a question like, sir, while writing research papers, do we need to
Oh, the
describe?
question afterwards. Now, first thing is this one, this table.
Just
Sorry, sir.
read
Comparison of 4 reference styles found in case of journals.
it is
APA style.
it is on the screen. Just read it out.
Have you opened that one, that document?
Sir,
Ask them
actually,
to open.
sir, actually, it's like, can you please zoom it a little?
Array, no,
You can.
What you have, laptop or desktop or mobile?
Sir, laptop.
Laptop, you open that file.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. I'll just do that.
I think it might be visible clearly.
Yes, sir. Clearly visible. Mansi, side by side, you can read it out as well.
Okay, 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 ma'am.
Now
So,
read it. First
APA.
one, first entry.
Sir, should I start reading from APA?
Yes.
American Psychological Association.
Correct.
MLA, Modern Language Association. Chicago, University of Chicago.
Very good.
JAIAER, Journal of All India Association for Educational Research.
Very good. Go down.
Style, journal article APA. Its examples are Lomax.
Lomax, then come what comes? Lomax, after Lomax, comma.
Yes, sir. It's a comma. It's a P,
Comma.
1993.
Comma. Then after 1993, what?
Punctuations cannot be ignored here.
What is it? 1993, what? Hello.
So it's a comma. As I cannot see
No,
properly.
not
If
comma.
it's a comma or a full stop.
It's a full stop.
Mansi.
Okay.
So it's a full stop. Okay.
Then
Management. Then it's a management of training for education.
Then
colon,
Ah.
and action research,
Then full stop.
full stop,
Then
Journal of All India Association for Educational Research,
comma.
it's a comma,
5
5,
within bracket.
bracket open, 2, bracket close, it's a
Comma.
comma, 1,
Hyphen 7.
hyphen, and 7, and it's a full stop.
So this is the style in which whenever you are going to write an article in a reference in APA style, so this is the style. So after bracket there is a full stop. Okay. Then after journal title there is a comma. Then issue number is given in the bracket. And there is no year, month of publication is not mentioned. So APA style is like that. Then journal title is in italics. Journal title is in italics. Go to MLA. Next one.
Sir, next is Sir MLA, Lomax, comma, Pamela,
Pamela.
full stop.
Then full stop. Now see,
Stop.
here the full author's name is there. Surname is Lomax is the surname, Pamela is the name. Full name is written. Whereas in APA, you are writing Lomax dot comma P. Clear? Then you start with inverted comma.
Yes, sir. Inverted commas, management of training for education,
Colon.
colon, and action research. So is it a comma, full stop? I cannot see.
Inverted comma closes.
Okay, it's a full stop. Then Journal of All India Association for Educational Research, 5.
Then
bracket
here
open.
1993.
1993.
Publication is coming here. In MLA style, year of publication is coming here, not in the beginning. In APA, year of publication was immediately after the name of the author. Here, year of the publication is coming after the volume number of the journal.
Sir,
Huh.
since we have another session tomorrow morning, first session,
Correct.
if you permit us, we can take up some questions from the participants, which are already posted in the chat box.
Tomorrow, let the questions be there. Okay.
Now some questions are there. Say,
Now ask them to go through these documents.
Yeah.
And read them, then come out with the questions also tomorrow.
Okay, I'm repeating what Sir is saying. All the participants are requested to go through the documents here and come up with the questions tomorrow in the first session. There will be quite a briefing and discussion sessions. So to save the time and learn more, if you have time, please go through the documents and come up with the questions. That's what Sir is asking for. Now, Sir, if you allow me to read the questions put by participant. Okay, there are some journals that have high impact factor but not listed in the UGC care list.
Very good.
What is please share your opinion about a publication in such journals?
This impact factor is a personal one. That impact factor is generally generated by that particular journal. The journal, how many times is being quoted in the internet, gives the impact factor. But UGC care list is a different thing. Journal applies to UGC, then UGC has a committee. They go through the journal, evaluate it, and then say whether they are to be approved or not approved. Clear? So for you, UGC care list is more important than the impact factor of the journal. Impact factor of the journal is generally decided by some organizations outside UGC, not UGC. UGC does not decide impact factor of the journals. Okay? Clear?
Okay, so Sir, one more question is there. Sir, I think who have asked that particular question, if any further questions or, sir has tried to give the reason behind that. One is personnel, impact factor is personnel, and the UGC care.
Not personal. Impact factor is a journal.
The journal.
Journal saying that this is our impact factor.
Okay.
Journal is applying to, there are some different private agencies which calculate the impact factor for different journals.
Sir, what is your advice? What is your advice to go to the high impact factor journals or to the UGC care list?
UGC care list is more important for you than the impact factor of the journal.
Thank you, sir.
That is my point.
Okay.
Impact factor can be manipulated. Suppose I am writing one article in a paper, that paper fellow, the publisher will say, publisher means there are many publishing houses like Sage journals, Harvard journals, Chicago journals, so Routledge, Elsevier journals. So each journal, the moment you send a publication to them for approval, then that journal itself will communicate to you. These are the articles related and published in our journal. So try to include these articles. So that means journal impact factor will be more. Correct? So the impact factors always are done like this. Manipulation means in this way. Journals also try to, whenever any paper comes to them, they try to give to the author that these are also other papers in that particular area. So you may go through them and include them in your references. So the impact factor goes up or down like that. But in case of UGC care list, UGC has a committee. So there is one organization, journals apply to that committee. Then committee evaluates that journal. Sample copy is sent and says whether the journal is up to standard or not. So UGC for a job seeker in India, UGC care list is more important. For a job seeker outside India, that impact factor of the journal is more important. That is much. Outside India, if it is inside India, UGC organization, then UGC list is more important.
Okay, then we have to publish in both. Sir, one more question is there posted by Mansi, or I think, while writing research paper, do we need to describe how the data was collected? I think this question was asked by her in the context of the authenticity of the data available online.
See, most of the data, whatever available, you can manipulate the data. Review of literature, difficult to manipulate. The source, you can say you had conducted a study, you had gone to so many schools, you had conducted, nobody is going to physically verify whether you have traveled to those schools or not, whether actually you had conducted the test or not, nothing like that. So many studies, materials are also available, printed in journals. Nobody knows the authenticity. And there is no way to know the authenticity.
Okay.
There are instances where the research guides also do not know. Sometimes the researchers, they come to the guide saying that these are the data we did, I collected and I did this, I wrote this. Sometimes they copy from somewhere and get it signed by the guide. And guide is later on asked, then how could you sign? Now he came and did this, what can I do? So like this. So nowadays, these documents are available in the internet only to say about authenticity. You cannot say these types of data, the data collected from the field, there is no way to cross-check them. You can check these review type of articles. You say Mittai 2019 said this, Gobind 2020 said this, then you can cross-check whether they have actually said that, whether the material is available in the internet or not. But the data collected from the field, it is very difficult to cross-check. Suppose I was telling that we conduct a study on the effectiveness of the products of 1 year period course and 4 year intermediate course. Somebody comes out with a document and says that 4-year B.Ed courses are better than 1-year B.Ed courses because number of so many teachers, so many headmasters said this, that. Who knows whether actually headmaster said or not? Difficult to assess.
Okay, sir. I think I, uh, I just want to take help from Neha Gupta, ma'am. I'm asking on the live platform itself. Should I announce the feedback for informations, or should I give the board of text first?
Sir, the link is, both the links have been shared by Neha ma'am. I think many of the participants must have accessed them till now. Then just a formal announcement for it that we have already posted in the chat box. You can go ahead with the vote of thanks.
Okay. In this regard, if Neha Goyal, ma'am, if you want to make any announcement regarding this quiz
Right,
and
yes, all the participants are requested to fill the feedback form and assessment form shared. I've shared it in the WhatsApp group also. Thank you.
Okay, now it's my time. A partial thank you. I'm going to give you a partial vote of thanks because tomorrow we are going to have another session of respected Sir Mohanty sir. But for today's session, as part of the protocol of the program, for second day of the session, I would like to give my vote of thanks. So I again, on behalf of today's second day session, on the closing of this today's program, I would like to thank our honorable founder of the MIT University, Shri Dr. Ashok Chauhan sir, then chairman of the university, Dr. Atul Chauhan sir, then vice chancellor of the university, Dr. Balbir Shuklaji, and our loving HOI, Dr. Harish sir, for helping us continuously to make such program a success, and the organizing committee, Susma ma'am, Neha ma'am, both Neha madam Gupta and Goyal ma'am. Many are there, Chandani ma'am, Natasha ma'am, all organizing committee, Saini ma'am is also there. We are trying to do this program collectively, make it successful, and learn as much as possible from the learned personality like Sunil Bihari Mohanty sir. Actually, I am feeling little bit nervous. I am the third generation as a student. Many people are still learning from him. So when when your teacher is in front of you, obviously sometimes there is something, awkwardness is there. That's what I have been facing the situation. But I try to motivate the engagement with the participants also. That after we started the session for a while, sir is not only popular in India, across the world. He represented lots of, especially in paper writing and articles. Sir has represented our country in the global platforms. You have already heard at the time of introduction about sir by the Mansi. Mansi as a co-host, I am very much thankful to you. Last but not the least, no, not before last, Monty sir. Obviously, I should have started with Monty sir, because tomorrow is going to be again session. No, I'm just not going to give a vote of thanks to Monty sir now. I'm taking this right as a student. Sir, see you again tomorrow morning with more energy of by our participants. Thank you all the participants. Thank you Monty sir again for your, you agree us to come here on this platform, on this workshop from your busy schedule. Sir used to spend time in Pondicherry Sri Aurobindo Ashram. Not only this, every day in many area, he is guiding every day to all the people, academicians regarding exercise.
I am sending you one material.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'll be sharing to all participants again, sir. I have attended face-to-face live sessions like this with lots of practical. Actually, this is how some difficulties or limitations are there online. I have attended, sir, full session with lots of practical on-the-spot writing, paragraph, article section, evaluation on the spot. We are looking forward in future if things give us, sir, give us another opportunity, and the university give us another opportunity. We would love to have a face-to-face program with lots of activity and the practicals. All the respected participants, thank you very much again for your patience participation today and your active discussion in the chat box and all. Tomorrow we are going to have again, so please come with lots of energy, have nice breakfast, and come tomorrow morning, so that we are going to have more discussion tomorrow instead of other theoretical things. Thank you very much again. Thank you everyone. Good evening.
Send something. I have given one task to your participants.
मैं फॉरवर्ड कर दूंगा सर.
अभी भेज दो.
अभी भेजता हूँ सर.
अरे one line है.
Yes sir.
You just forward. Check it in your mailbox.
अच्छा.
Mailbox में check करो.
Employed. हाँ सर.
हो गया.
इसको फॉरवर्ड करना है सर.
सबको participants को.
Okay, I am just, as sir is asking, I am just sharing this thing. Please convert following. Okay. Sir has given one task on the spot. I am sharing this on the chat box. Yes. Is it sir for tomorrow?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, all the participants, sir has given a small task. Please complete it and come back tomorrow.
Tell them that they have got the style map, comparison of styles.
Yes, sir.
So they will see this one and write in those styles.
Okay, in the 4 different styles.
Correct.
Okay. Mansi, you lead the conversion, okay? Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, good evening. It's not good afternoon. Okay. ठीक है सर, कल मिलते हैं फिर.
कल मिलते हैं, ठीक है.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mohanty sir. Thank you, Mitai sir.
Thank you. Bye.
IT टीम also.
Thank you.
मैं IT टीम को थैंक यू बोलना भूल गया. एमिटी यूनिवर्सिटी लिखा है. Thank you very much. IT टीम.
यूनिवर्सिटी क्या लिखा है?
ठीक है.